We are live. We'll just quickly wait for a few more people to start watching. Okay, we are ready to start. First and foremost, welcome everyone to the final judging round of SpaceJam 2021. It has been an amazing adventure over the last 24 hours. We had over 120 teams who had submitted their ideas, and finally, we have brought it down to the top 15. These guys are the best of the best, and it was honestly extremely hard picking the top 15. Now we are going to have the judging round for these top 15 teams, and we have a highly experienced panel of judges who will be doing the same. Now over to Satvik, who will be introducing all our judges.
Thank you for that, Aditya. Firstly, a very good afternoon to the esteemed judges, the top 15 participants, and all the attendees who are watching this stream. I know you're very excited and eager to know more about these judges, and it's my absolute honor in talking a few words about them. First up, we have Kavita Yogaraj, who is a data scientist at IBM Quantum. Kavita has spent a major part of her career in a startup company working closely with stakeholders and has built the data crawling infrastructure, designing end-to-end architecture with implementations. At IBM, she has also successfully delivered cloud-based data movement project for real-time systems at Marriott account using Java microservices, Apache Kafka, Apache Camel, and so on. Since 2019, she has developed interest in quantum cascade libraries for the role of quantum data scientist role at IBM. Welcome, ma'am. Next up, we have Prasanna Anantaramaya, who's the managing director at Checkpoint Software Systems. He is responsible for Checkpoint's flagship product, Halo, a software as a service used by large retailers worldwide. Before joining Checkpoint Systems, Prasanna was Chief Technology Officer at Hewlett Packard, also popularly known as HP. During his 22-year tenure at HP, Prasanna led automation projects for telecom, banking, and pharma industries. Welcome, sir. Next up, we have Abhilash Ramakrishna, who is the CTO of Halodoc. It is a secure health tech platform with a mission to simplifying access to healthcare by connecting millions of patients with healthcare facilities. He has previously worked as the director of engineering at Hike Messenger, engineering manager at Ola, lead engineer at Motorola, as well as the senior project manager at Wipro. Welcome, sir. Lastly, we have Sheetal Kumar Panse, who is the co-founder and director of IoT Links. He is a senior management executive, a technology evangelist, and an entrepreneur with 25 plus years of experience spanning across IoT, telecom, and unified communication domains. His focus has always been on early evaluation and informed adoption of new technologies across telecom, network, and cloud domains. He has led or been part of many firsts, including introduction of internet services in India in 1995, internet telephony, voice over IP, and so on. It's an absolute honor to have all of you here. On behalf of Hackerspace community and the PS University, we welcome you. We extend our warm welcome to all of you here. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Satvik. So now let's get on with the first team. So this team is Team Cookies. So what they are trying to do is they are trying to tackle the difficulty that new students feel when they travel to a new city to study. So please welcome Team Cookies. Just a second. Okay, so I'm not able to add any more people to the stream. Um, so who all are here from Team Cookies? Wait, Shreya is here.
Yeah, I'm there, but the other three members are not there.
Okay, for some reason I am not able to add people. Um, Let me quickly try.
Hello. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Om.
So, good afternoon, judges. Wait. Can you please let Kohav in? He's our teammate.
Yeah, I believe Aditya is trying to get your teammates in, but he had some technical challenges. So let's give Aditya a minute. Maybe he'll be able to let your team member in.
Okay, so should I? Yeah, he's in. He's in. Okay, let me and Kohav start. So, good afternoon, judges. I'm Om Divyatej and I'm part of Team Cookies. So, what have we made here? The answer is a local guide app for the colleges. Now, I know this topic may sound boring, but trust me, it's not, and it's different. Now, the first question that pops here is, why can't we just use Google? Google is inarguably the best guide. Sure, me and Kohab were also opposing the idea at the beginning when we were brainstorming the idea. But the very next day, we wanted to eat something cheap but tasty near our place college, and we tried to use Google for that. Sure enough, Google presented with way too many options, but the expensive ones. Looking at our pockets, we knew that we had to search it for ourselves, and we then found a cheap spot near our college. So I think this is where Google lacks. They do give results, but the expensive ones, which we students can't afford at all without making a dent in our pockets. So this is why we came up with this app idea to find affordable solutions for the newly joining students. Now, Koho will present the screen and she will share the PPT.
Om, you're on mute. Om, I see you talking, but you're on mute.
Oh, sure. Yeah, our project deals with the problems which are faced by students. Like, I am from North India myself, like from Patna, and when I came to Bangalore first, I had a lot of trouble in communicating with the local vendors, auto walas, and traveling through metros. Like, I wish I knew some words, some common words that I could use to communicate properly and make myself comfortable in the city. But when I search it on the Google, they just put in way too much information and I feel overwhelmed. So we thought, why not put up an app which has all the top 10 words that you must know, that a student must know, that will help him to, traverse through through the first initial year of his college life. Now, on to the next slide, we talk about next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so this is our welcome screen. So we see that the approach of this problem is that our solution is problem in the form of app developed using Android Studio. We are using Java. So opening the app will be greeted with a login and username so that the user, we can give personalized recommendations to all the users. Now, when the user signs in, we get his welcome with this screen and like, how can we help you? Now we have 6 buttons here, like our problem, top 10 words you can use, hospitals, booking, and forum. So after logging in, the user will see the home page of this app and he's presented with this screen. Now, when yeah, so there are 2 buttons mainly. The main 2 features of this app is book food and forum. Now, booking food, so, our lunch break starts in Pace College starts at 11:50 a.m. Now, most of the time I go out in our gully near our college and I have to wait in long queues just to find some affordable food, and it wastes my time. I could use that time to do something else, but I have to wait in long queues. So what this book food will do is that it will help me to book food while I'm sitting in the class, and then I just have to go there and then fetch the food, and that's it. The payment option is integrated already, and we have made it like most of the time my idea is criticized that how will you monetize this app. So while booking food, like suppose I book some food, and now there's a QR code which we have given, that is our wallet. Now as soon as the user pays through that QR code, some we earn some commission, and then we forward the payment to another to the main vendor, and then the user can collect the food. Now the second one, the forum. The forum is an essential part because we possibly can't, impossibly can't just cover all the questions a newcomer has. Like suppose we are talking to an auto rickshaw wala and he says something like in Kannada and I don't know. So I can just post in the forum, and then we can receive some answers from the community, and then it will help me. And then there we are planning to integrate an algorithm there. Like suppose what does this mean? Now that word will be fetched into the Firebase database we are using, and that will be added to the top 10 word phrases you must know. It will be updated accordingly through the AI. We are planning to integrate that as well. Now, in the places to visit in 12 hours, this is the third most important aspect. It is because our hostel timing is from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Now, we have only 12 hours to go out. And by the time we decide onto something, it's already like 4 hours. And when I ask my friends, where do we go? We don't know. Like, where should we go? They don't even know because there's just too many options to cover. So we just accumulated a list of places where user or where the student can go without thinking, without giving it a second thought, because we have collected all of this data before the hackathon through an Excel sheet, and we have received over like a 70 responses on all. And the final list we have created is through the summary of those of the data we have collected in the Excel sheet. Now, the second feature we are trying to add is the hospitals, because I got hurt playing football once and I wanted to search for an affordable hospital and a famous one and a reliable one, because I am not with my parents anymore. Uh, so I had a trouble again I searched it on Google and I could not find, because there were a ton of options reflecting in the Google search, like Apollo and this that and this that, but I could not find hospitals near my college. So what we have done here, again, we have accumulated the list, and then we have just displayed uh, all the places a student can possibly go for his needs in the medical sense. Now, sometimes we need local
Om,
refreshments. Yeah.
just a heads up. You're 5 minutes in.
Okay. Okay. Should I run the code?
No, it's up to you. I just wanted to remind you that 5 minutes was allocated. You're 5 minutes in. Up to you.
Okay.
What do you want to do next?
Okay. I will just run the code for once. Okay. So this is our app. So we run it.
I don't think you're sharing the screen.
Can you see it now?
Yes, Om. It's coming up.
Yeah.
I can see.
So this is our app. The user is greeted with username and password. So we type in test as the username and the password as 1234, just for an example. And then we sign in and we are welcome with this page, as I told you. Now, these are the general hospitals with the students, like Manipal Hospital, Apollo Hospital, which are pretty famous here, and the local refreshments. These are all highly curated through that Excel data we have collected before the hackathon, and that top 10 words with their meanings in English, because students from North India are here as well. So, and now this is the booking food part. So we can just select a food outlet near the college itself, and the food item and the quantity we can select here, and we can just see the total here. And when the user presses this book food button, he will be presented with a unique ID you see here, and that unique ID he has to show to the vendor, and then he can get access to the food. So suppose I click book food, so booking confirmed is written here, and we have to remember the ID. Now in the forums part, we select the forums part and we see a ton of categories like all, food, transport, language, and other. We are planning to integrate other categories as well. Now, suppose like there are questions we have fetched from the Firebase we are using. So suppose we want to find the know the answer of what is the best place to shop. So we greet it with this one. Now, suppose I want to add an answer as a localite. So I will just say Raymond's again, and just submit answer. So we see that we get Raymond 2 times because honestly I don't know anything about that. So Raymond's Komangla, and then similarly we can add our answers and ask questions as well. Now suppose I want to ask some question like how is the weather? How is the weather today? And then we can just select.
I think Om is stuck.
Yeah.
Koha, can you take over?
I think, Om, are you there?
I think Om is stuck. If Koho can take over, it will be great.
Yeah.
Koho seems to have dropped off already.
Judges, we have exceeded the time, so you can move on and start evaluating them. But let's just wait for one more minute for them to join back.
Yeah, just had a couple of questions I wanted to ask. So if they can join, it will be great. Otherwise, we can start scoring.
We'll just wait for 1.5 minutes.
Aditya, do we have an option to ask them question towards the end of the presentation, or it's just we have to hear them and rate it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 5 minutes of presentation time followed by 5 minutes of question answer time.
Okay.
Om, can you hear us? I think Om is experiencing connectivity issues.
Maybe one more question, Aditya. Well, I think it's related to the ratings. So do you have to put that on the Google Sheet right away?
Preferably, yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, Om, one quick question. Quick question. So given that we're almost out of time, so all the data you displayed, all of it is on the local store, or are you pulling from Firebase? Have you integrated the Firebase?
You're
on mute, Om.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah, we have integrated with the Firebase.
So all of the data. So when you update, it goes back and saves in Firebase again.
One question from my side. Who are the different types of users for your application?
You're on mute. We see that you're talking, but you're on
mute. Yeah. So for now, we are just focusing on college students, but we can expand it to offices because colleges and offices run parallelly, so they also want to have tea and have breakfast in a cheap way. So I think we can expand that to that area as well and then cover more cities accordingly.
When you have different types of users, your 12 hours limit, that feature that you have created, can that be select options? Because
I didn't get you. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So if I am not in a hostel where I'm limited to 12 hours, but I want to expand my exploration of a new city for more than 12 hours, then the feature that you mentioned about 12 hours limitation, is that something has a radio button that we can check or uncheck?
Yeah, we are planning to do that because due to time constraint, we were only allowed to just curate the list and put it there. But of course, if we have more than 12 hours, then as I mentioned, we have created that local refreshments and local menu shopping malls complexes a student can use for more than 12 hours. So that list has got all the roads like MG Road and the almost famous road which the student venture out for more than 12 hours.
Okay. So does it consider the radius where you are located at? So within 5 miles or 25 miles, it considers like that? Or are you sitting at Bangalore to actually explore for a Pune location?
No, that is what I'm saying. No, because it is used for future scope. We are trying to, we will use the user location to fetch all the areas around around his spot. But the problem, we are short of database, and the features we are trying to implement. Is my voice echoing?
Yeah, go ahead, continue.
But it's okay.
Yeah, so we are using the free tier database in the Firebase, and we have to pay for that. And so we cannot extend our database for now. But if we work on this in the future, so we are obviously planning to widen it and purchase a new database plan for all that, integrating all the database.
Okay.
So, quickly onto your thought processes, you had a very nice pitch about cheap, and cheap is something that you are trying to push to all your users. How do you convince your user? This is more of a product development question. How do you convince them to believe that this is the cheapest thing allowed available around? Because you talked about cheap, and second, quickly was you talked about hospitals, which is a good job that you're going to do. You probably would want to rank the hospitals also with respect to what it costs at those hospitals, because you said you have seen affordable hospitals. You probably want to do.
So obviously we want our users to trust us, and trust is very hard to gain. So, but due to time constraint, again, due to these 24 hours, we were only allowed to put the list in that. And we were planning to just fetch in all the ratings from the Google itself, like all the rating stars, the miles, the distance, the real reviews that are posted on Google Chrome. But again, due to time constraint, we could not do that. But the main and the trust we are trying to implement is through forum. Like, suppose I want to just go to that gully in near our college, and I liked one shop like the 7-1. So what I would do is I would just create a post and post it that this shop is good, and if that post gets upvoted and more people say that yeah, that shop is good enough, then that data will be fetched into our database system, and then it will generate a form of trust for the users of our app.
Adding on to this, the main focus of our app is not cheap. It's like exploring the unexplored. Like, for example, city right now, and we like Google places to eat near me. Google search will not show the gully, like the gully with the whole food joints and all. Maybe 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, and all. So the main focus of the app is like letting the unknown be known to the user. Like the Google only shows the fancy restaurants and all, like the flashy restaurants and all, but it ignores all which provide quality food and very popular among the college students. So that's basically it.
Sure, thanks.
Om and Kohav.
Yes.
There's an app called Elp.com website is also there.
Yeah.
That actually does see, the idea is really great, and the implementation that you have just showed in the presentation looks really nice. But what I'm trying
Thank you.
to, where I'm coming to come is, so help is already there. How do you convince users to come and use your app? Because help does this already, isn't it? They give restaurants, they give even the art stores, even wherever you are, like you're in, I mean, it's not there in India, I guess, I don't know, but it's there in outside of the country, right? So you go from Bangalore to Pune, you can explore the unexplored by asking what are the categories that you need: hospitals or schools or just cafes. So you can ask there, right? So what is different in your implementation or idea here, which is not there already in Elf?
So
Take
first,
one example.
okay. Yeah, so first of all, I'm the part of Reddit groups, and Yelp has been severely bashed for just implementing all the fake reviews here, and bots can be used there to write fake reviews, and users are really losing interest in using Yelp. As far as Yelp in India is concerned, it is not yet popular. I said I didn't even know about it before joining Reddit, so it's not that popular. Like there is Facebook for you for the world, but we're still making Facebook, right? We're trying to make another social networks. So the main features we that distinguishes us from Yelp or the other big companies is that we are collecting all the information, and we are just targeting students there, not all the sort of population, all demographics. That is the main issue we are seeing. We are just we are not widening the niche here. We are just contracting it as far as possible to the students themselves. And as far as Yelp is concerned, we can just use their APIs to sort their results, get their reviews. We can run parallel with them rather than against them, and that will really help us in the development and the progress of our app.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank you so much, Team Cookies.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, judges. We have exceeded the time a bit. Um, so the next team is Team Internal Server Error. Team Internal Server Error, please join. Please internal.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Is this Team Internal Server Error?
Yeah, this is Team Internal Server. One person more has to join, and he'll be presenting.
Okay, so general instructions. Teams do note that you are not supposed to cross 5 minutes. If you do cross 5 minutes, judges will penalize you. Judges, please try to wrap up every team in the span of 10 minutes because we are on a tight schedule and we are already in the delay.
Ever since COVID-19 pandemic happened, people are getting more and more concerned about their well-being and health. Testing labs for various diseases are flooded with loads of appointments, and due to lack of proper management of the appointments, applicants end up waiting a lot, especially during rush hours. We will try to develop a solution for this problem using geolocation APIs with added functionality, okay, of providing users
Yeah, Pavitra, just share the.
positive feedback.
Sorry.
ನೀನು ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೆಸರು
Hello?
ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡಪ್ಪ.
Pavitra, just share the PPT, and then we can start.
ಬಾ ನಾನು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ.
Kavita, I think you're not on mute, so we can hear you
Oh,
talking to your
sorry.
child. No problem.
Okay, now, yeah, I'm audible, right? Okay, so good afternoon,
Yeah,
everyone.
you're audible.
I'll be sharing my screen. So, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Just go to the
All right.
slides part.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So now let's start.
Yeah, just present it. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. This is Team Internal Server with Samarthya, Anuraj, and Pavitra. Anuraj wasn't able to join, and we have created a portal known as Make My Appointment, where we try to connect users, customers with medical test centers. So the problem that we went ahead with ever since the COVID-19 pandemic happened, people have been flooding the test centers because of not only just for COVID tests, but also for other tests of other diseases, and this has led to overcrowding, resource exhaustion, and overcrowding. Obviously we do not want, as it is not suitable for the social distancing protocols. So to combat this and maintaining the security and health safety, we have proposed a solution, and the proposed solution is
Yeah, so the solution that we have come up with is like developing a robust portal which will connect users to like several test centers. Now, to use the portal, users will be requiring like to enter details like the test they will be going for and also the date on which they will be going for the test. And then upon this input, like the server, like our code, searches the database and outputs all the centers which have some available slots on that particular date. Along with that, we are also like giving the user info of geolocation, like distances between his location and center's location. So then, for reviews and rating,
and
Stratos.
also we are providing the test centers with the option of viewing history, and we are also collecting reviews and ratings from customers, which will come in handy later. So just go to the next slide.
Yeah. So for geolocation services, we are using the Here API platform. Actually, we are using one and another one is the routing one. So for a geolocation, we are like mapping coordinates of the user in the different test centers and using the routing API for calculating the distances between them. Now for the test centers, when they will be signing up, they will be requiring to enter details like test name, the capacity they have for a 30-minute slot, and also the cost that they will be charging. Apart from that, we are providing like the option for them to see results, send results to the appointments on previous dates, and also cancel the appointments if something goes wrong. Then for reviews and rating.
And we're using natural language processing and a classifier model to classify reviews or as positive or negative, so that other people can have a better opinion of the test center that generally people have of that test center. Just go to the next slide. And as we explained, we're collecting the history of the appointments and the results. Just go to the next slide. And these are the salient features. There is registration, validation, there is test center booking, there is viewing history, there is NLP used for sentimental analysis, and etc. And the major advantage that has a very simple UI UX, and it's quite robust. And the future scope is that we can incorporate appointments with doctors, embed a video conferencing feature, and make it a complete health solution. We can also provide a feature of adding prescriptions. There are a few limitations, such as the model is no model is 100% accurate, and we are using the free tier of the third-party APIs, so we have limited benefits, and the geolocation APIs may not be fully accurate. And also we are using a business subscription model. So we'll just go ahead with the the site now. This is the tech stack we've used. And Pavitra, can you just go to the site?
Sure. So
this is the homepage. We have two parts to the portal. We have a user part, that is the customer part, the test center part. So we'll just try to register as a user. He has to enter various details, as Pavitra elaborately mentioned, especially the identification number and the address. If he enters a wrong address, then we'll give a validation error, as you can see. So we have already registered users, so we'll just try to go ahead and book an appointment. So the geolocation APIs will highlight various things about the test center that we are collecting while we are registering the test centers. So we'll just try and go ahead and book. So these are all the tests that the test centers offer right now. So we'll go ahead and book on a particular date. That is a week from now. We have limited it to that. They can view all the details such as the slot timings, the address, the distance, phone number, estimated cost, the timings, all of this. So we'll just go ahead and book it. They'll have to agree to terms and conditions. And
Okay, so this failed because
I guess
we have developed a validation that a user cannot book a same appointment for same date for same time slot. So now
that as you can see that there is already a appointment booked for that date on 3rd March. And also we have the reviews feature that they can only post a review for the appointments that have been completed, not for the appointments that have not been completed. And he can post a review as well as a rating out of 5 stars. So just go ahead to the profile section now. This is a history of all the appointments that the user has. Here he can edit his profile, and we are again validating it using OTP. Like if you want to change the email, then as an OTP sent to the mail and all, he'll have to enter his password to edit the details. Now we'll go ahead with the test center part. So while registering a test center, they have to enter various details, especially once again the address and the medical license number, which will be used for verifying whether that test center is a valid test center or not. They can enter Google Images, they can enter working days, the capacity, the facilities, of course, the facilities they offer, because that is what the customers want. And they can,
So
we
10
just
minutes
wrap
are
it up.
up.
And they can.
Have you guys covered the important screens?
Yeah, we just have to show. We just have to show one more thing. I guess we can. We just log into the test center and just showing, and then we'll be open to question. Yeah, so just Pavitra, try to log in.
So you guys logged in. Yeah. So
I guess
right
he's
now,
having internet issues.
No, I think I am visible. Yes. We are on the login homepage for the center. Is the screen visible, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can see that there's a green bar which detects the number of positive reviews. The send board, just don't go to the send part. We'll give an overview. The send part is used for sending the results to the customers of the results that through email. The view part, they can view all the appointments. They can send an OTP to the customer, which will be used for verifying when the customer comes to the test center for so that they can verify that this is the customer that has booked. They can also cancel the appointments. And if you just go into the profile page, then there's also an option to add more facilities, edit slots, edit the details as the user part by sending an OTP and entering the password. So that's the project. You can see that facilities are being added.
Hey, this is good. One question from my side. Considering that this is in the medical space, how do you handle the privacy for the end users and confidentiality? Can you hear my question? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. So
hello, this is Prasanna.
Yes, Prasanna, we can hear you.
My question is related to for the end user, what are your thoughts on handling the privacy? And for the test centers, confidentiality, what are your thoughts?
So
Pavitra can go ahead because
so as long as privacy is concerned, we are only taking in details of users which are almost public, the name, the age, and all. And regarding the results, we are not storing the results. We are giving test centers the access to send results, and we are not asking them to upload it on our end or so. So users' privacy is maintained, and I think users don't have any access to test centers detail apart from what they want to show to the customers. So
okay, good.
Because the results will be sent through email and not available on a public forum.
Sorry, go ahead, Abhi.
Yeah. Hey, guys, so if I'm not wrong, you guys developed 2 portals. You guys integrated here API. You guys integrated some service for OTP. You guys integrated the NLP module. Were you able to do all of this in 24 hours?
Yes, sir.
As far as we had different people working on different things. We have 3 people in the group. So I worked on the NLP part and the schema design, and Pavitra and Anuraj worked on the backend part. And I guess we just had 2 APIs to integrate, the Hair API and OTP verification. One is API, and the NLP part we're not able to host it, so we just used Ngrok. and the NLP model is not that accurate because we have not tested it, trained it on
And
large data set.
the portals you developed from scratch, the two portals you showed me, the user portal and the lab portal, both of them were developed from scratch?
Yes, sir. Like
Yeah, both of them. We just had to edit some details, like for registration of user test center. Of a few of the details were altered. We had 4 schemas: one for appointments, facilities, user, and test centers.
Understand.
Yeah.
Understand. So you guys clearly didn't sleep. Well done, guys. That's all.
No, sir, we didn't.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, nothing to take away from what you did. Just a question to complete the story. You showed us the portal, and that is good for the labs. For the user, probably they might be more comfortable with an app. Did you ever think about, as a continuum of this, you have a mobile app for this?
Yeah, we thought of building a mobile app, but we weren't able to integrate it in the 24-hour time frame. We thought of making a website for the test center and an app for the user, but yeah, then again we had time constraints. That's why we didn't go ahead with the app development part.
Yes, sir.
No worries. Good job.
We are web developers too.
That is something that can be done in the future.
So the here API has all these rate limitations and all, as I've used it. So how did you come across that?
We are using the free tier, and the free tier gives like many requests, like as in without cost.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess he's stuck. So what he wants to say that we are using the free tier of API, and there are a few limitations, such as limited number of requests, and also not details of not many cities are available. But once ahead, if we go ahead and if we try to monetize it, then we can also try using the Google Maps API, which is much more accurate than Hair Maps API.
Yeah. Thanks. Good job, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well done, guys.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time. So we should leave, sir. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
So, judges, please score the team that you have seen. So moving on to the next team. This team's name is Tilted Engineers. They are trying to work on something using augmented reality, and all of us are really excited to see what they have built. Over to Team Tilted Engineers.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Jatin.
I'm Satish.
And we're Tilted Engineers. So, okay.
Hi guys, welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello.
Actually, I'm sharing the screen. Just wait a minute. Is it visible?
Coming up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just wait a minute. The main objective of our project is to demonstrate the use of augmented reality in order to provide a better 3D model of a particular building or just a group of buildings, okay, in a particular space or a society. Okay, a few years back, what happened was I saw my uncle, who is a civil engineer. So he was building plans. He was building plans using the handmade model. Okay, which is the traditional method, which usually it consumes more time, and it once it has been made, you can't change it anyway. So what we discussed with our friend was we came up with to use augmented reality. Okay, so to provide a better perspective of that model. Okay, the solution was since instead of the traditional method, what we used was what we thought of using the augmented reality. So okay, so which would look more realistic, and also what we did was we created some models on Blender, and we loaded that models and using Unity, we tried to provide an 3D perspective of that model. Okay, which would provide a better perspective for all the users and provide a better visualization.
So what he was trying to say, like if uh, like when architects make a building or a plan to make a society, they make a handmade model, which is a very it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of space as well. So we came up with an AR app to make it like more easy for use and more less space consuming. So the challenges that we faced were the first the first thing was this AR code doesn't work on the old smartphones like before Android 5, and the library which we're using for AR development is Vuforia, and this library does not support more than 5 objects at a time simultaneously to display on the screen. And we also tried to make the app with Flutter, which had some difficulties with connecting to Unity, so we stuck to Unity at the end as well. The features. So what we are right now building is like it only shows a group of a few buildings of a few 3D models of building, and what we're planning to do is to add like more specific like interior design of specific rooms. Well, like, when you see any Asian Paints app or something like that, they show how the room looks inside from their painting with the paints. So we are planning to like view the whole room with the AR so that user can have top-down view, like 3D view with our app. And we're also planning to add virtual reality so that user can feel the like how the room will look from when he walks inside it and all that. So now I'll show the demonstration. I'll share my screen. Can you stop? Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Okay.
Yeah, it's visible.
To show the perfect demonstration, like I need to turn off my camera for a moment so it can detect my app.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
So this all looks in the mobile differently, but right now to share the screen first so that's why I'm using Unity right now.
Jatin, can you please mute yourself?
Yeah, okay.
So when we click on play, start camera, but still. I guess the Chrome is using my camera at the same time, so it is blocking my vision for us. Now I can use it. Yep. So like when we show a placeholder for the bungalow.
Cannot see your screen, Sudiksh.
Oh, is it so? Can you see the screen? Oh, stopped. What is this? Can you see my screen now?
Not it.
Starting. Okay. So if I place the bungalow placeholder in the front of my app, it shows me the 3D model of a bungalow. And similarly, I can place the house. It's kind of white right now. Just taking. It shows me the 3D model of a house. And like that, I can like place 5 objects. Right now, I've taken 4 objects, so it can see 4 objects at a time. But because of the screen brightness, I guess it is not showing it properly for all of them. Yep. So there is the fountain, is the bungalow, and if I can focus it on the house as well. Yep. so I can see 3 or 4 objects at a time. So that's for the demonstration part.
Excellent. So can we move on to questions?
Yeah.
So who are your primary users going to be? Are they going to be like architects and engineers, or
Yes,
do you
sir.
have any other users in mind?
So right now we can provide this to architects and engineers so that they can they can create better models at this time.
Yes, like mainly architects and civil engineers who are yet to build their construction of their houses.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Flutter is an interesting choice. Why did you guys try Flutter?
Like I have been practicing Flutter for past 1 year,
And we were a little short on time, so at
so
at last we
stick
stick with Unity.
main menu.
Yeah, Unity and Flutter don't play well.
Yeah,
So, but
they don't
good
go
attempt.
as hand in hand. I also tried Echo AR for this. Can you turn off the- I also tried Echo AR, which like I imported the model from Echo AR to the Unity. It was working fine, but when I try to show the placeholders for that, it doesn't register the model on it. So I ultimately have to switch to Unity for that. So all of it's done is Unity right now, and Blender is to make the models that is related.
Okay, thanks guys.
Excellent job, guys. For augmented reality, you have done it. You have done this in Python, is it?
No.
No, if you want to add any functionality, we'll be using C#.
We created models on Blender and for that augmented reality we use Unity at this time.
Okay.
And C# for any functionality.
Yeah, for the UI it was basically C#.
Okay. So if somebody wants to explore this one, right? Explore for further users and for the extensibility is where I'm coming to the point.
Yes,
Mhm.
right now we are like, if someone contacts us to build this for them, so we will have to like import their placeholders, and we need to make the models for ourselves. And what we are thinking is to like maybe make this platform more reachable, so that every like in Play Store or as a software, so everyone can like import their models and do their stuff on their own, so we don't need to act on like do everything ourselves, so they will do the work for us, and it's basically a platform for showing the 3D models then.
And also we are right now we are just working on that exterior part, but in the near future we will be working on the interior part so that users can visualize it as well for the models.
What was your, toughest problem that you solved with this, or where you found it challenging?
The toughest would be to integrate Flutter with Unity. It took me like 8 hours, still couldn't do anything with that. I tried so many libraries, but it didn't work.
Also creating models in Blender usually without a proper knowledge, it generally takes some time. So yeah, creating models it took some time as well.
So
If no other questions from judges, thank you so much, guys.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Good evening. Have a good
Thank you. Nothing from my side.
Yeah, thanks. Nothing from my side.
Thank you for that, team Tilted Engineers. So now we have the next team, Team Bug Creators. Over to Team Bug Creators.
Hello, are we audible? Hello.
Good evening, judges. Are we audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is the screen visible? Please, if anyone something.
Go ahead, guys.
Okay. So, good evening, judges. We are from Team Bug Creators. My name is Tanesh and he is Aditya. We have made a website called Critical Section.
Okay, so the tech stack we have used here is for the front end we have used HTML5, CSS3, Bootstrap 4, and JavaScript. And as for the backend part, it's a web development project website. So for the backend we have used the Flask library of the Python. For the database we have used SQLite 3, and we have hosted the website on Heroku, which uses Postgres SQL, and we have also implemented both facilities for login and all that. So through this project, our main aim is to bring all the contests at a single platform. Currently, there are like, I don't even know the names of all the platforms on which various hackathons or contests are being hosted. And our motto is like to bring all the contests at one place so that there is no need to go to different sites to search for contests and all.
So, as we both are from computer science engineering background, in our initial years, we always faced the problem for looking different hackathons and contests on different websites. We all know that there are various websites like CodeChef, HackerEarth, DevFolio, DevPost, and the freshers find it very difficult to cope up with the large number of contests being held on the various websites. So we got inspired by the code. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So we aimed at designing a centralized platform where all the students can view every contest at a single place. Thus, we created Critical Section. And if you're wondering why do we chose to name it Critical Section, we got this inspiration from our operating systems course. In operating systems, the critical section is the section where all the common code exists. So in our case, it is a common place for all the important contests being held on various platforms. This will save a lot of students' time, and they can use their time on productive things like practicing more questions and competitive programming.
Okay, so the main approach we have used is we have created a web-based project, in which one can post like once a user is logged in, he has made an account on a website, he can then post contest on a website. Like if he finds a contest somewhere happening around the world, he can just come to a website, post it on a website so that everyone else can also see that contest happening. And before posting, the contest go under those through admin reviews so that there is no spam that enters the. So if the contest is only approved by the admin, then only it will be shown on the website.
Also, we have some future ideas to work on our project. The most important idea we feel is we should add a point-based leaderboard to the most contributing user. For example, the more the user posts, the more points he will get, which can further be redeemed for goodies and some admin privileges. And we would like to make it a community-driven program, just like we have Stack Overflow, where every developer is ready to help the younger developers. So we want it to be a self-sustaining website, not just a user-based website. We also wish to add web scraping to the website so that we can scrap the details of the contest from all the websites, which makes it less dependent on the users.
So let me just quickly show you the website. So it's just powered by Python Flask. I'm running the server. It's the home page, and quickly I'll show you the contest page. Like it's the live contest happening. You can see the timer. You can just click on register here, and it will directly take you to the contest. It's the upcoming contest. Like it starts on this, posted by the username and all. You can also register directly. And these are the previous contests, like which were posted here, and now they are archived. So there's contact page, and it's a working contact page. If you will contact us, we'll directly get a mail here over here on our email ID, critical section. And let me just quickly sign in. You can sign in using Google, Twitter, or just simple use entering your password and username. So I'll quickly show the profile. It's the profile. This information we take when you are registered as a new user. Since there is time bound, so I'm not showing the whole process. And these are the contribution, like it's the contest we have posted, and these are the points which will be later used as for the leaderboard. And I'll quickly show you. So it's how one can add contest, name of the contest, URL, and all this things has to be posted here. And once it's posted, this account, if you'll see, it's an admin account. But the other accounts, if you will log in, they will get this feature here. So it's the admin account. Once an approval will come, a mail will come here telling that a new approval has arrived, so that the admin can know, yes, someone has posted a contest. So here then we can come, it will show a pending contest here, and then he can either approve it or cancel it. So here are like 9 approved contests and 1 cancelled contest. It was something spam. So yeah, it's upon the admin that he can approve or he can cancel the contest. So one approved, the contest will show according to like timing. Like if it's live contest, then it will show here automatically. No need for the admin interfere. So I guess that's all from our side. You can ask questions now.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, the contest details itself is scraped from all of these websites, right? HackerEarth, CodeChef, etc. Right?
No, sir. Like it's a future plan that we want to scrap this website also automatically. Currently, we are relying on the users to post contest on this.
Sir, but the
So
ultimate
all
goal is to
all the users will
make a
come to your
community
platform
program.
and post the contest, right?
Sorry,
Yes,
can you
sir.
repeat? Oh yeah.
Okay, understood.
So when
And
you
when
say
two parts.
future, go ahead, Avinash.
Sorry, one last question, Kavita, before I leave. So to participate in the contest, I cannot participate in the contest on your site, right? When I click on it, I'll be redirected to the appropriate site like HackerEarth,
Yes.
and I do the contest.
Yes, sir. Right, sir.
Yes.
So it's more of a contest discovery platform, correct?
Yes, sir. Like you don't have to spend time searching on various websites. It's just one website.
Understood. Thanks, guys.
You had multiple technologies and languages that were used. Again, I think it's a question related to how did you manage it in 24 hours?
Sir,
like
on the front end
that's
side,
not the okay. That's Tanish.
yes, sir, I manage all the front end. So in front end, mainly everything is based on Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is very easy and quick to implement. Minimal custom styling was required, like the carousel, navbar. They are mainly pre-built. So I only had to customize the colors and the padding. So on the back end, they will explain about that.
Okay, sir. Like it's not the first time like we have participated in the one-day hackathon. We have participated in before, so we know the pressure. And like I just slept for 4 hours yesterday, so I guess that's also one of the reason like we have completed the project with implementing so many technologies in it. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey team, a good question. You are scraping or probably getting websites, and as Abhilash just asked you, you are redirecting your users to those sites. Did you ever think about at some point of the time trying to use some APIs? Obviously, it's not easy. The sites might be new and they may not have APIs, but for a consistency of experience, even if you redirect somebody to the site, they may not be very savvy enough to go through those
Yes, sir.
websites.
Yes, sir. I'll just answer this. We have mentioned it in a presentation also in the future scope part that we want to like collaborate with the websites so that they can give us direct access or some kind of API. But the website themselves don't have such APIs right now. So like we can't just use them. They have just basic APIs for like solving questions and all, not related to contests. So if they want, we can collaborate with them also. Yes.
Okay, good. And quick thing, how do you think about the idea is good, no doubt about it, it's useful. How do you think about the originality? Do you see competitively or similar options available to users? In my mind, probably even in for this contest, you're using DevFolio, right? And if you go to the site, you would see quite a lot of hackathons already being listed there, upcoming and everything. That doesn't take
Yes,
out the
sir.
usefulness of this app, but did you think about it?
So yes, we thought like I'm in second year, he's in third year. So through the course of our engineering, we never saw any website which can show us all the details at a single place. We always struggle while we are finding hackathons. We go on DevFolio, Hacker Earth, DevPost, and many other platforms. So we wish to make it a centralized platform so that the future generation don't struggle like we did.
Okay, great, guys. I'm good.
I'm good. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Well
Okay.
done, guys.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you
Have a
so
great
much.
day.
Hello, judges. Am I audible?
Yes, Aditya.
Yeah,
Um,
yes.
so we will be taking a small break of about 8 minutes now.
Thanks, Aditya.
Okay.
Hello, judges. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Kavita.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Sheetal Kumar.
Yeah, okay. One of them. I think one of them is left. Thank him once. Hey guys, so the next team is ready. We'll just wait for the the other judge to join. I think Prasanna sir is having some internet issues, so we'll just give him some 2 minutes and then we'll begin with the next team. So just a note, the next team is Team Hashbit, and yeah, I think two of the team members are here. Anyway, hey judges, so can you please come back online? We'll start off the judging right now. Hi guys. Yeah, this is Prajwal. I'll be taking off over from Aditya for a while right now. And yeah, so I think Prasanna sir is having some connection issues and will be joining soon. And since we cannot delay the judging for now because we're already running late on schedule, I'll start off. So the next team is Team Hashbit. And yeah, I think both of them are here. I'll add them to the stream. So team, all yours. All the
Hello. Good evening. Good evening, judges.
Good evening.
Yash.
Yeah, so we'll start with the presentation. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So our product is called Hashbit, same as our team name. So the problems that we're trying to solve using our application are aimed towards education. So as you all know, during the current pandemic situation, online classes have become the new reality for education. There's a limited duration of the classes, and direct interaction with teachers is literally impossible right now. And it is tough for the students to grasp new concepts and also to learn new things. And it is not easy for a student to clarify their doubts right now because the teacher cannot entertain to every student now. So hence we present to you Hashbit, which is a complete tech bundle for making education easier and a fun and interactive, in a fun and very interactive way. So our application can be divided into two applications. First is an AR application, which is basically you can scan any page of a book or a textbook and you can get an interactive experience of reading it. You'll get the basic definition about the concept, the basic photos, the basic videos, related links so that you can read more about the topic, all that in real time. Then the second part of our application is a web application which run alongside your online classes. So like if you have a Google Meet online class running beside you, you can open our application beside that, and you'll get basically a model which is a speech to text model. It will identify the keywords what the teacher is talking about, and the student can select whatever he wants to learn about or whatever he has a doubt about. And our web scraping models will help him get the most detailed information about that topic. So if a teacher is teaching about heart, then the student can select that keyword, and our model will identify that keyword, and the student can select that option, and it will be shown with some good photos, videos, and related links about that. So our application is built on Unity and Vuforia for the AR application, and Flask and use of IBM Watson machine learning models, OCR models for the second application. Now I'll show you a demo of it. Yeah. So I've recorded a demo of it because like we tried to simulate a Google Meet and our application beside it. So there's a video of it. I'll play it. Uh, can you hear the video audio as of now?
Not the audio part, the video, yes.
Okay, so I'll like try to put something over it so they can explain. I can explain it to you. So basically, the Google Meet is going on the left side, and the student opens their application on the right side. And as the teacher is speaking, the text is analyzed. Basically, speech to text is done using IBM Watson. And now the student selects the fourth one because he wants to learn about that hard thing because he has a doubt about it. And our keyword identification helps identify that hard word out of it. And now the web scraping model helps us identify the definitions, the related links, and various things which can help the student in real time during the class. I'll show it to you. So as you can see, photos are also been scraped and videos also. And the best part of it is that the student can also add his personal notes so that he can view it in the future. So that is saving a note. And he can also view the previous things he has searched for in the previous classes. So he can view his notes and all, everything in one place. Yeah. So this was the first part of our application. The second is an AR application. I can show the mobile view right now. I can, wait, I'll show it directly only.
Show live and video as well, both.
Yeah. 1 minute. I have to stop my camera for this access. 1 minute. Yeah. Can you see it?
No, we can't see the screen.
Can't see it.
Share your screen.
1 minute. 1 minute. Can you see it now?
No, we can't.
1 minute.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, come on.
So basically, I'm holding a textbook and it shows the video real time, the photo, the definition, and the related links as well. Yeah, so. Yeah, so that was a basic part of the AR application.
Can you try some other page, Yash?
Right now, as of now, we are not working on the other pages. Like we had limited time, so like we made an OCR model for the image to text recognition, and that text recognition will be used for web scraping in real time for the AR application. But we couldn't link it because of time restrictions. Like we have the OCR model ready, and we can demonstrate it to you.
We had issues linking it to Unity.
Yeah.
So this
for demo purposes, we tried to do some images, like basic images.
That's really good, guys. Good reference point is something kids can use when they can take a note and they can do video and the images of what the teacher is teaching at that point. I see the usefulness very well. When it is doing all of it real time, what is the latency you are introducing in this?
Yeah, so we were because we had to do it real time, we were what we were experiencing were lags of like 10 seconds, like when we converted our speech to text. But it was all getting saved, and then you can see it later and click on those. I mean, we haven't worked on real-time applications before, so this was a big challenge for us. It is still right now, so we will have to work on it. We had 2 days only, so for right now we did this much only, but we would experience lags of like 10 seconds. And we need the whole speech. If the sentence doesn't make sense and you get try to convert it into text, it wouldn't come properly.
Also, one thing that there's a feature called X-ray in Amazon Prime Video. If you've seen it, like whenever you view a show or a movie, it will show you some brief information about that scene. Yeah, insights about that scene. So that was basically what inspired us, like kind of.
For our class, we thought we could implement these in classrooms as well.
Yeah, why not for students?
Yeah.
Can you talk a minute about tech stack?
Yeah, text stack. Tanvi, can you tell about that speech to text?
So for speech to text, first we tried a local model. It was a speech recognition. It's provided by Google, but that wasn't giving us great performance. So then we used a cloud service from IBM. It's called Watson Speech to Text, Watson STT. And for keywords, what did you use? Yes.
For keywords, it's a basic library called Beautiful Soup, and it is also used for web scraping part as well. It's a Python library which can help you extract some data using regular expressions.
And for OCR, we used Easy OCR, right?
Yeah, Easy OCR. Yeah.
Easy OCR. And for front end, we used Vue.js, and everything we integrated using Flask as the backend. And for AR, Unity and Euphoria.
Yeah.
For web scrape, you mentioned Beautiful Soup. That is for web scraping and then extracting parsing the HTML and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Keyword extraction is what Vilash asked, I guess. So how do you know?
Keyword was done using basic regular expressions only, like basic models only.
Oh, okay.
Like NLP or something?
Well, exactly, I'll tell you the name. I don't recall the exact name of the 1 minute. I'll tell you. Oh, 1 minute. Yeah, NLTK, basic natural language processing we used for this.
Yeah, it's
the generic library. Yeah. Like we tried it on some lithium-ion battery textbook and like 1 page of the textbook, and it was working fine. But in the end, we're not able to make everything work together. So like brief examples are working, but the entire thing was not working together.
Yeah, I assumed it is NLP. So Beautiful Soup versus NLP is quite different. That's why I wanted.
Yeah, Beautiful Soup was I confused the words. Yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was for the web scraping part. Yeah.
So any queries any questions you would like to ask?
None from my side.
Hey, this is good. Thank you, team. I think education is one of my favorite area. If I may ask you, what is it that one thing that you had learned in academic that you had adapted in this project?
Not paying attention in classes, online classes. So we thought, why not, have something which would keep recording for you, and then later you can have a look.
Okay, so maybe you should suggest this back to our university. Maybe include some of the things that you have as a part of your own academic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is good, guys. Just user experience question. You have 2 apps side by side, and that's probably the only way to do it. How distracting would it seem to the teacher there? Because at some point of the time, there could be a user experience or a user behavior which focuses more on your app, because now that you are confident that whatever the speaker or the teacher talks about, right, you can always get help from the companion app. And that could probably mean the experience difficulties for probably the teacher. Did you think about it? It's not obviously you can't think about it in 24 hours, But did you have crossed that mind as to how would you keep the concentrations going and still help the student later on?
Can I answer that question?
Please.
Yeah, so basically we thought as of now we cannot make an entire extension. So we were trying to make a Google extension on it. Like so that doesn't cover everything of that video class. Like to reduce like the space it covers on the screen. So that could be a future scope for adding a Google extension for that thing. And it will also always run on the student side only. So it's not distracting for the teacher, I guess. Like the student can like it could be a 60 to 40 ratio on the screen. Like 60% could be your meet and the 40% could be our application. And we have designed the UI as per that only, like to reduce it to fit in the small part of the screen only. So that way it doesn't cover much of the space, and student can also view the class at the same time.
Yeah, fair. My question was a bit different.
He meant student might be distracted from that and he won't pay attention to class. So how does teacher deal with it?
True.
Yeah, that's true. That's correct. Actually, that's one way. That's actually a good point.
Keep this in mind, but that obviously that couldn't have been something which we expected to have addressed at all in those.
We thought in the other way, like a student would, use it for his convenience whenever he wants to search.
Especially during these times.
If he misses something, if he has, so that way we thought.
And that's fair. That was the intent of what you wrapped. So that's fine. Good job.
Okay. Thank you.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Hey guys. So the next team on the wait is Team Rubber Ducky. So just note that, and I will let them into the stream. So I think they're pinged and they're ready.
Hi judges.
Good evening, judges.
So can we start the presentation now?
Please do.
Okay, you will be sharing a PowerPoint presentation and we'll be working the presentation alongside that.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, so let's start.
Yeah. Oh, so it's visible, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we can begin.
Good evening. For this open innovation themed hackathon, we brought our thoughts to common problems that we students witness in our everyday lives. These thoughts brought us to think about general systems of record keeping and access systems in college. We see a lot of chaos at main gates for starters. Most of the time, people that enter aren't really verified with their ID cards. Our project thus includes the first step to improving and creating an efficient permission and record keeping system. Before we get into the technicalities of the project, I'd like to talk to you about the nature of our solution. Let's be honest, NFCs have been around for a really long time. The innovation in our idea lies in the application. We barely see a near-field communication technology other than for touch and go security clearance. Our project is very versatile and we think it can be implemented in almost all types of record keeping and payment systems. Currently, we're only monitoring and managing student flow, but with a few changes, the project can be used for everything from libraries to parking systems to campus placements and a lot more. So our near-field communication technology empowered wristband and scanner will act as the automated system every college needs in order to up the ante on the entry accessibility process. The RFID chip, which is installed in each band, will be scanned by an Arduino program scanner, which relays the info back to a Python code, which will then analyze the info on the chip and record and accordingly grant entry access through the gates. So in terms of future scope, we've got big plans. We plan to build an attendance system by installing scanners outside each classroom, maybe include canteen and parking money as exchange systems with credit concepts on the band. And we also plan to integrate the current library book exchange system with the band. We find the solution quite economical and, to an extent fashionable and kind of fascinating to youth to bring them to use it. Now I would like to pass it on to Tushar and Vibhav, my teammates, who will run through the technicalities of the code and hardware and explain it. Thank you.
Hi, I shall be explaining the Arduino code. So basically, our Arduino code consists of two programs, a write program and a read program. The write program is designed to write information, in this case our SRN, into our RFID tag. The program over here uses the MFRC 522 library and its examples and functions built in. So basically, the program over here reads information and displays it to and sends it to the Python program. So the Python program can process the information and display it. Here is a brief look onto our code where we have the user scanning their SRN, and to whatever SRN that's been detected, you would get the value would be passed on to Python by the serial monitor and PySerial that we're using, and you would get your entrance into the campus or any sort of system that we plan to integrate into this. So now I shall be passing it on to Wibhav for the Python code. If Wibhav has joined us, yes.
Yes. So I'll be explaining the Python aspect of the program. As mentioned before, we have imported the PySerial library, which is proven to be very instrumental to the program as it enables us to receive the output from the microcontroller, that is the Arduino itself, which in turn behaves as a decoy input for the Python snippet. And the Python code primarily comprises of a list of various student SRN IDs, added to which each wristband or chip is integrated with a student's ID, along with his or her details, like her contact or a contact information, email, number, etc. On scanning the wristband, the SRN is then checked as to whether or not it is present within the list of SRNs, which, if it is, it grants access to the entry into the gates of the university, along with a display of all the primary info and details, which is handled by the GUI. In terms of the hardware used, we use an Arduino Uno, RFID tags, scanner, or the MFRC522 module, and a couple of LEDs along with some jumper cables. So that's a brief explanation on both the hardware as well as the software aspect. And we are quite confident that this will prove to be much more of an efficient way or manner to maintain and manage records, and will also prove to be an asset in many companies as well as universities.
Thank you, Vibhav. And this over here is a mini part of our code in the Arduino program, which grants security access to certain areas of campus. I shall explain how this works along with the demonstration. As a learning experience, this hackathon has showed us a completely different side to brainstorming and problem solving that has actually motivated us quite a bit in terms of realizing ideas and executing them. So now I shall move on to showing you guys the hardware that we're using. So this is the code that we would be running on Python. And before that, let me just set up my monitor to view is the hardware visible? Okay. So I'm assuming that.
If you stop sharing your
Stop
screen,
sharing. Yeah, you need to stop sharing. Yeah.
Okay. I shall do that. So now So this is the hardware. And this is my college ID card, which I have integrated with the NFC. I think you would find this interesting. And whenever I scan the code, if I show this ID card to the scanner, you can see that it grants me access with the green LED light switching on. And every time I use another keychain, another RFID tag, this tag also has access to the campus, but is blocked out of certain areas of the campus, which may be restricted. And that's showed by the red LED lighting up. Now that you've seen how the hardware works, I shall show you the GUI interface. Yes. So this over here is our GUI interface. I'm clicking on the click here for scanning. I'm taking my ID card, and I'm putting it on top of the scanner right now. As you can see, it has said that I've been granted access, and it displays some certain information about me. Now, when I clear it, and if I go for scanning again, I can scan the other RFID tag, which is my friend's, and displays information about his. Thank you. We shall now be open for questions if you have any, and we would love to answer them.
How are you able to do all of this in 24 hours? I mean, so there's a hardware component, then there's a GUI component.
Oh, it's crazy. Believe it or not, we actually did it in this whole time period. So all three of us haven't slept for the past 36 hours at all. We probably took 2 1-hour naps in between, but we're extremely exhausted right now.
Yeah.
But we have full confidence in our project, and if this were to turn into a product, we would love to see it happen and we make it a reality, because it doesn't seem very far-fetched and it's easy to implement, in my opinion, and it can be implemented across campuses everywhere. If we had a target audience to sell this product, it would be particularly universities, and so maybe PGs or offices and things of that sort.
Understand. Thank you.
So guys, first of all, good job. A few quick things. If you ever thought about it, why Arduino? Why not anything else?
Okay, I shall answer this question because I was the one who did the Arduino code. So basically, I've been in the Arduino interface for like the past 3.5 years. Like I started it ever since high school, and I've loved it. And because of my experience in Arduino, I chose this. But you can choose to use different things. You can actually just go for the integrated circuit and integrated chip over here. And I think the one that's running on the Arduino is the 80 mega. So if we were to choose a similar chip, or we could go for a smaller one, such as the 80 Tiny 85. And that would make the scanner a lot more compact. But we chose this for the simplicity of Arduino and how beginner friendly it is, because we all are freshers in the freshers track.
So fine, stay with Arduino. I will be quick. Won't say this, but other than Arduino, what would you have thought would have given you capabilities? If you have to extend the Arduino capabilities, you would probably have limitations. Or do you think so? You don't think so? What
I do think so.
What else would you have? And I'm still staying with the maker story at this point. I'm not asking you, so don't worry about that mega and the chip and everything. We don't expect and don't think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay with the model,
Okay.
stay with the maker. Which ones?
Yeah. So as you said, we would face hurdles using only Arduino. And if we were to turn this into a real project and a real product, we would have to use different, we'd have to use our own hardware and design our own circuits. And I feel so that is a very valid point. So if we were to make this a product, we wouldn't be using Arduino.
So just quick, I'll tell you that it's stay with the Arduino. It's a good thing to start, and there's nothing wrong with it, and it's a good job for the development. But you would more often than not would need to integrate back to the authentication databases and not really put the databases by yourself, which effectively means you have to have some network connectivity. Doesn't come easily with Arduino. You can always have add-ons, but doesn't come in. Nativeness is always good. I'm sure you must have heard for other things like ESP32s, 8266s, and things. Could have been a better choice. Doesn't really make a difference. Your program wouldn't have changed. It would have still remained the same. You would have been better off. Doesn't take anything away from your effort, but something of that sort that you could have done.
Thank you. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, we'll keep that in mind.
So how do you security? Keep that in mind again for the security. Are you expecting somebody to be there when you scan? What if instead of Tushar, Vibhav takes your card and just moves in? He'll still be authenticated. What stops you from that?
Okay, so that's a valid question, and we did face this problem before. So it would be possible where we have the security guard right now outside our campus only makes sure that the students are wearing their ID card while they enter into the campus. But over here, anybody could forge an ID card and enter the campus. But when we're using the RFID, we could have the security guard with the scanner. And we also would plan on displaying a photo of the student in the GUI. So that could be double verified.
And that would
Perhaps
probably need a
facial,
network connection.
So I think Shaital Kumar's answer, perhaps a facial detection with the ID card.
Maybe.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe you would win with, yeah, but that's a good idea.
It's a good idea. It's really hard.
But then, I think good job. But just remember, whenever you do some devices like this, keeping a network connectivity and keeping a security option would always be a necessity for any products going forward. So this is a good start to tell how things work and integrating back, because everybody likes in software like a single sign-on. So a single authentication is also equally important. So once you scan at one place, proliferating it to all the other places you noted, the libraries, the cafes, the classes. So if you have to do that, then you would probably need to have a network connectivity.
That's
and then
right.
having the right APIs for network connectivity. Yeah.
Hey,
And
good
last
job,
but not
guys.
the
I think,
Doesn't go ahead.
Hey, go ahead. No, I was just saying,
I'm done.
love to see those guys. Okay, good. So love to see you guys, like, somebody said that, okay, you've been using it for since high school. It's such an important thing to really get your hands dirty with this, hardware and then writing software on that, being in computer science. Good job. Well done.
Thank you.
I have one question. You talked about NFC as well as RFID. NFC is in HF high frequency range, and RFID can get into UHF range, right? So which one did you use?
So over here, we had used an RFID tag, but in the presentation, I did use NFC and RFID.
Did I miss you?
I'm sorry?
So NFC is like closer, right? So it can cover some part of security. If it's RFID, it can read. If it is NFC, it's closer, right? So it may be more secured, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't get what you said.
Sorry, I was just trying to say that if you had used NFC, you said RFID and NFC you used interchangeably.
Yeah.
But NFC is, if it is closer, then it can address to some extent security. Don't you think so?
I'm sorry.
Did I miss you again?
No. I understood the question. No, I understood.
That's okay.
Rubber will take up the question.
I got the question. Yeah, it actually makes sense because it's obviously near field as opposed to the RFID. So it would obviously promote much more benefits in terms of security. So yeah, that's also another thing that we could have gone for.
Okay, so I just now understood what the question was. The reason why we went for RFID is because of availability on Amazon. I think the other scanners which were used for NFC and everything were a lot more expensive, and they wouldn't arrive by the time of the competition. So this was the cheapest and easiest method that we could go through. That's why we chose it.
Yeah, but that was a fair point. Yes,
Smart
that's
answer. Okay, good.
If no other questions from judges,
I'm
thank
done.
you so
Thank
much,
you.
guys. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
Hey, hello. So the next team that's is ready right now is team Bite Me with the Y. I'm gonna ping them in right now.
Aditya, the previous one was Rubber Ducky. Is that the project name?
Okay. Yeah. No, the name of the project is not Rubber Ducky. The team name is Rubber Ducky.
Okay.
The explanation of the project.
Yeah, that was a bit confusing, right?
Correct.
Exactly.
Yes, I was just wondering.
Right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. That was a different one. I'll just look into it actually. My bad. Okay. Before that, I think the next team is ready. You guys are ready for the next team, right? I'll put them in.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. Over to you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you guys are.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Ashish.
Okay, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ashish Kulkarni,
And I'm Samhita Dwarkanath.
and the two of us have made CoviBot. So CoviBot is a Reddit bot, which basically Reddit bot is a bot which can access Reddit APIs and interact with users on Reddit, which is an internet forum. So what our bot does is it looks at the latest posts of a particular subreddit and okay, one second, let me share our presentation. So it can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Is the presentation visible?
No.
Is the presentation visible? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, it's up now.
Okay, okay, sorry about that. So our bot looks at the most recent post of a user, and based on the title of the post, it decides what the intentions of the user are. So if the user intends to travel to a certain country or region within India, the bot interprets that, accesses some online databases, and gives us information about COVID at that particular area. So one of the questions that I thought the judges might have is like what makes our product unique, like versus an app like Arogya Setu or just Googling statistics. So what our product does is it informs the unaware people. So if someone just says they want to go to Goa, for example, like without knowing reality, our bot, like without like their interference, will give them the data so that they know about like the situation before they get into it. So how do we access our bot? Samhita will explain that.
So yeah, for this project, we have designed a subreddit called r/SpaceJam 2021 to test the COVID bot. But anybody anywhere can access this bot and use it by just just creating their own subreddit and changing the name. So that is how it can be used anywhere and for any number of purposes, for any number of people.
Okay, so now I'll just show a quick demo of how our product works. So here we have a subreddit open, which we've created called SpaceJam 2021, and we've just been using it for testing. So our latest post says, I'm visiting Russia for a bit. Should I be concerned about the coronavirus? So what our bot does is it looks at the sentence and decides, like, based on the keywords, okay, visiting means the original poster is deciding to travel somewhere. So then it's going to look through the rest of the sentence for a region or a geographical area. So it sees Russia and it goes through the data set, finds Russia, and these data sets are well maintained. So it gets statistics. I'll just run the code. Okay, so behind the scenes, we have the bot replying to, I'm visiting Russia for a bit. So we come here and let's just reload the page. So our bot says Russia currently has 348,160 cases. So be careful. So essentially that's what our bot does is it looks at a post and decides that we have to inform this person that it has this many cases. So we'll come back to our presentation. So the challenges we run into initially was the fact that our bot needed to be run every time we posted something. And this was because if we were to run it regularly, it would take up my own personal computer's processing. And I didn't want to do that. And due to like time limitations, we couldn't integrate it into a cloud hosting solution. So we ended up just processing it locally for now. But in the long term, we would like to make it like run 24/7. Samhita will cover the future of CoviBot.
Yeah, so what is the future of CoviBot? So we definitely do not intend to limit ourselves to this hackathon for our CoviBot because of the time constraints. We weren't able to achieve some goals. So we'd love to expand our bot to other platforms like this, other than Reddit, like Discord and Telegram, etc. You might have seen multiple bots on Discord, which are used for many things. So yeah, we'd love to expand our platforms and then so that it can be run 24 hours with it can be active all the time. We'd like to link it to a cloud free platform like something like Heroku or something, so that we don't have to do it locally and it can be used all the time by everyone. So the next question is, where do we get our data from? Because that's really important because it has to be accurate and well maintained. So as far as the international COVID cases for each country is concerned, we get it from appify.com, which retrieves data from the official government servers for each country. And for Indian states, it is from our own official Ministry of Health and Family Welfare API. So these are maintained regularly and updated regularly so that our bot can access the latest data and give accurate information.
So we already showed you like a quick demo, but we have a couple other examples. So here the user posted going to Turkey for summer vacation. So our bot replies here with Turkey has 98,000 current cases and be careful. So here it says planning a Goa trip. So basically our bot has been designed to like look at sentences that may have been structured differently, but still understand like what the user is meaning to say and responding with accurate results. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Good job, guys. And it's
Thank you
great
so much.
to watch a girl in this team because until this team, this is the 7th team, I guess. The first team had a girl, but she was not in presenting. So, powers to you, Samhita.
Thank you. That's really sweet.
Thanks. So, your bot does analysis on the keywords there, and it does commenting also.
Yeah.
Can you extend it to email or SMS? Because if I search anywhere in Reddit, I might not even go again to the same questioned area, right? Because I might be missing the commenting part.
Okay, so what happens
you might
when
get
a poster?
Notification, so
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
So every time you post something on Reddit, if there's any other interaction later, like a comment or a reply to a comment, the poster will be notified. So that's why we figured that it was a good place to start. Like obviously, our project is more of a concept than just a Reddit bot. So because Reddit offers us APIs that are quite like easy to use and fast, we decided to use Reddit as kind of a proof of concept.
Yes, it does. And it goes to, if you're using Gmail, it goes to forums or any other channels as opposed to primary emails, right? So was wondering that feature.
Yeah. And it's very easy to register a bot through Reddit. And it's also not breaking any terms and conditions, which was one thing that we really looked at before we decided to go with this project.
Because it's easy to get cancelled anywhere nowadays. So it's really important to follow all the rules and regulations.
but for sure, we can use the same concept and apply it to other forums.
So there is a question and a bot replies. There
Yeah.
is a question and a lot of anonymous answers are also possible in Reddit, right?
Yeah.
So when you are keyword extracting, are you just doing the question there or the comments also? Because somebody can comment that Russia doesn't have any COVID, right? I mean, in the area that you're trying to go, it might not be there, but will you be also taking those comments? How are you analyzing the
No, we
sentiments?
are, as of now, we are not like interacting with replies to our comment. That is
Because
some
it's just
functionality
so
that we can
confusing.
add in the future,
By the way,
but we haven't, unfortunately. And yeah, but we source all of our data from like official servers, I mean APIs. So I guess if people were to do a quick Google search, they would find that our results were accurate. But obviously, like the reason we've created this bot is because like most of the people who are even thinking about traveling or visiting a place have not done the research. So we're saving that step for them for the greater good.
Okay, thanks.
Two questions from my side.
Yeah, sure.
One technical and one non-technical, right? So how relevant is number of infections to a decision-making process? Like maybe all of these infections happened 6 months ago. Could we have come up with a better heuristic for decision-making rather than just infections?
So for international travel, like because of the volume of data we would have had to go through, we decided to only look at the country. So it may not be too relevant for a huge country like Russia to say that there are X number of cases. But these numbers are like the current cases, not all-time cases. So these are just the active ones. So to an extent, they are relative. And when it comes to travel within India, because like it's our country, we decided to like go a little closer, and we've supported like data for each region. Like if you say I'm going to Delhi, it will give you exact values for Delhi.
Gotcha. So second question is, so you said you ran it locally. Let's assume that you had enhanced this and you're running something like Heroku or
Yeah.
Beanstalk. So what would be a trigger for you to run your logic then? Would there be webhooks you would be using from Reddit, or how would that be?
So there would be like two ways that we could go about it. One was whenever we see a new post on a server that we have been like added to, then we can reply to it instantly. But another one to like reduce what do you say, like server usage, is we could just every 5 minutes look at the top 5 posts and go through them chronologically, in which case we would like lose maybe some posts, but it would be like more efficient.
Understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, good job. I have one question. Apart from the usefulness of this solution, if there is one thing that you have found during this implementation that you could contribute to the open source, is there anything that you have come across or you have created?
So yeah,
Okay.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
No, I didn't understand the question. You can answer.
While you're creating this project, did you find anything that you thought is unique, which you can contribute to the open source?
A lot of background noise. I don't know from where.
That might be me. So I think I kind of understood. So what we found was we found like a gap in the APIs in Reddit where like we wouldn't know if a person who posted edits their post. Like after we reply to it, if they were to edit their post, we wouldn't like be sent a notification. Like our bot would not realize that. So in that way, like it could look as though our bot was spreading misinformation. I hope that answers your question.
Ashish, mostly Prasanna's question was what was unique in your idea and what could be extracted to open source. Am I
Okay,
correct?
so what's unique in our idea is most of these like services which offer COVID like details, they work like you have to approach a service and say, okay, like what are the cases here or what strain of viruses in this region. And if you're already taking all of those measures, then our service will not help you. But this is for people who are unaware. Like if you just say, I'm doing this, I'm doing that without knowing everything, our bot will just give you information. So for now, we just give the number of cases, but obviously we could expand our data sets to give more like, what do you say, more useful information like the population density that is affected by it or which strain and how easy it is to contract it.
And then like maybe a red region, a green region, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Is that all?
Is that all?
So just a quick question of expanding. You said you could have additional. You're thinking on exactly this concept of COVID being expanded into more features. Do you give a thought that at the end of the day this is a framework? Would you see a use across? Because when you see applications of a particular code on an approach, one is going through and more features onto the same thought process, and the second is more usability of the same code. So what would you seek? Something other than
well, for now, we've done it for COVID because that's obviously like something that's current and something that would be useful. But then we could use almost similar code to like redirect people to maybe like, let's say products. If they were to like say, oh, I wish I could buy this or something, we could create a very similar bot which would respond with where you could buy it or like where you get the best price for it. So our framework is like not very it's not like very tied to the COVID as a concept.
Yeah, and let's hope not, but if there is another pandemic, then we can use it again, which may not, don't hope it doesn't happen, but if there is another pandemic, then we can definitely use it.
Hey, one quick question, like have you guys explored IBM Watson for chatting about COVID?
Just a 30 seconds reply.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. You were telling us about IBM?
Yeah, have you guys explored about IBM Watson APIs where you can use it for NLP based chatting? So that could be used directly here, isn't it? I mean, instead of rebuilding from scratch.
Yeah, correct. It could have been, unfortunately, like we're freshers and this is the first project I've ever worked on. So yeah, and I'm getting a queue that we've for over 15 minutes. So, but yeah, we could have used a bunch of better ways, but honestly, like I didn't know how, to be quite frank. But we got it working at this scale, and I'm pretty sure we can scale it as soon as like I find the means.
And it's a way up from here, so we just want to like go on building as we learn new things and make it more efficient.
Is that all?
Yep. Good job.
Thank you so much, guys. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Hey Regis. So the next team that'll be joining us would be team Leocode. Yeah, team Leocode, and they are. Just give me. Okay, while we're waiting for them, judges, how do you find the project so far? Anything interesting? Okay, this screen freeze.
All of them are
Is there a lag
interesting.
from my side? Yeah,
I
it was
think
pretty
Rajwal,
surprising
we
that.
can go for IP
Varied stuff,
already.
really. So I think people are genuine.
Sorry?
I think they can go for IP already.
No, this is very surprising because most of the people who joined were freshers and still they actually whipped out something really good in 24 hours. Okay, wait, I
Yeah, so
think
the
the next
range
team
of
joined.
available
So,
tools in the market and professional tools. So it's
yeah,
if you're a
I
freshers and
agree.
first year or second year, going into academics and your books and your syllabus is so much more overwhelming. These guys even being
Correct.
exposed, as much as we end up asking these questions of have you used X or Y or Z, even knowing those things and implementing them by itself is a good job. Pretty
That's true.
impressive.
Yep, totally.
Oh, wait, I think the next team is here. I'll just add them quick. So,
should we start this?
Please do, Prajwal.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will share the screen. Is the screen visible? Hello, is the screen visible?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Sharing?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, so should I start now then?
Please start.
Yeah, okay. So hello everyone, this is Team Leocode and we will presenting our project Offline Exam Center. So first of all, let me explain you the problem statement we are trying to solve by introducing our friend Sam. So this is just an example. So let's suppose we have a friend Sam and he has an online exam which is scheduled from 10th to 20th of March 2021. This exam is online due to the present pandemic that is going on, and education has went online, and so are the exams. So he has the exams from 10th to 20th of March, and every day he has one paper. But there is one problem with Sam. The problem is that he lives in a region X which has no internet connection. So yeah, so that's a big problem many of the students are facing in today's world. Uh, so what Sam decides is Sam has to give exam anyway because education shouldn't be stopped. So Sam decides that he will go to a nearby region Y, which will have internet, and every day he will travel from his own home to this region Y and give a paper. Okay, so he gives the first paper, then again he comes back, then the second paper, and he has to continue this till he gives all the exams. And this is what is going on today, that the students have to travel a lot just to give exam and come back to their region because their region doesn't have any internet connection. So this is the problem that we are trying to solve. So let us look at the solution that we have for this problem. So let us continue with the example. So let us suppose we have one day before the exam, that is 9th of March, and we have exam from 10th of March till 20th of March. Every day we have one paper. So on 9th of March, what Sam can do is Sam can go to the region with the internet, and now here what he will do is he will download all the papers, all his exam papers which are scheduled for further days, all of the exams that he has, he will download it here itself on 9th of March, which is one day before the exam. Now don't worry, this papers will be in fully encrypted form, and our it will be saved locally in Sam's laptop or whatever device he is using. We are also on phone, so this papers will be saved in the local app's memory, and this cannot be decrypted. We are using strong AES encryption system, and we are using time driven encryption. So what we do is every paper can be decrypted only at the time stated by the faculty. So faculty has made all these papers and hosted it on our platform, and the papers are only visible at the particular time that is stated by the faculty. So we are taking full care of security. Sam cannot decrypt them before time, and now Sam has all the papers with him at his own place. Now it's exam time, so from 10th till 20th of March, every day one paper will be shown to Sam, and Sam can give the exam at his home comfort without any hectic schedule. So, and at last what will happen is we are one day after the exam now, that is 21st of March. Now exam is done, and now what Sam needs to do is Sam needs to go to the internet, the region which has internet, and just submit the paper. So our platform will do it, And now these papers are again, they are encrypted, and this will be sent to the server, and hereafter the faculties can view those papers and mark Sam. Okay, and now Sam can just come back to his region. So you can see the iterations for Sam is reduced, the travel cost for Sam is saved, and it is not hectic now for Sam. And also don't worry, we are having a fully proctored mode, so we are having tap switching as well as we have face cam recognition, so we are taking full care of security. There won't be any problem, and that is our platform, which lets you give exams at your home comfort with whole security. And we use the powerful Mon stack for building this. And now we'll walk you through the demo, so I request Rohit to walk through the demo.
Yeah, I will share my screen now. So is the screen visible?
Not yet.
Yeah. Just a minute.
Now it is visible.
Right. Yeah, okay. So this is the student side of the app where he has to log in using his college ID and password. So I will enter my name and then the college name, for example this, and then he can enter some random college ID and then the contact number and the password. And he has to upload the image which will be used for the facial recognition. So I will upload one of my images, and now I have registered to the platform. Now I will log in using those credentials. So sorry, I entered. So I will log in using the existing record. I don't remember the ID, so it will log me in. So I can see the different exam papers said by the faculty. And for example, if I want to give the Java quiz, then I simply download it. Now what I will do, I will simulate the offline mode in the Chrome. So just to make sure that everything is working in the completely offline mode, and I will start the exam. So I have to enter which will be unique for each exam, and which will be generated when the exam is created by the faculty. For now, I will just paste the password here, and I will submit the exam. So I will see the questions and all. So and just a minute. So. Can I disable it from here? And yeah, so it detected it, so I can see that my face is my face then it will show that your face is not getting detected. And even if I switch the tab, the tab switching count will get detected. And now for now, just I will submit some random answers. And note that this all is working in offline mode. If I go to, it says that I am offline, so I will submit the paper. So whenever the now the student will go into the internet result, for example, we will switch it into the online tab. He will simply submit his answers. So the answers got submitted successfully, and now I will open the faculty part of the app. So these are the exams said by the. If I go to add new exam, he can enter some bio quiz, then subtitle, and he can set the end time and start time of the exam and the date of the exam. So I will set it, and he can add different questions like which of the following is a plant. Yeah. So I will enter different options like that. rat and onion. So
Rohit, this is fine. Given that we are already
basically,
10
and
minutes in,
he enter the marks.
given that we are
Yeah,
already
just
10
a minute.
minutes in, is there any other important screen we have not covered?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
just a
yeah,
little
yeah,
bit to
yeah.
sum up. We will do it quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to show that the unique password got generated, and I gave the exam using the college ID as a 12345. So I can see his review of answers. So I can see that he switched the tab twice, and he got face warning thrice. So that's it, and he can see the marks and all. So this is the faculty view of the app. So that's it.
Yeah. So that is like a full-fledged solution to give exams offline for students.
Yeah.
Okay, I had a question. So, when you are offline, how do you ensure that the password
Yeah.
can only be used at the appropriate time if you have no control over the local device time?
Yeah, correct. So as you saw, the unique passkey was generated right now. So you combine that passkey with the time that is stated by the faculty. When both is combined, then that key will be used to decrypt the paper. So that way, that paper is only decrypted at that particular time. No other time it won't be decrypted. So that way we are
Right.
doing
So
it.
let's say the I'm supposed to do it tomorrow. I can set my device time to tomorrow and decrypt it now.
No, but you don't have a passkey. So we have a functionality of sending a passkey from through SMS. We have used SMS API, and that passkey plus the time would be used as a key. So you need both. Yeah.
So Sam gets his password via SMS even though he has no internet.
Yeah, SMS. Yeah, we have done this survey. So a lot of regions have the like call connectivity and SMS connectivity, but internet is missing. Even if it is there, it is very low. So instead of having low
Understand.
internet, why not give it offline? Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the technology stack?
Yeah, so we have used the
Yeah.
Monstack.
So
Yeah, go on, Rohit.
yeah, go on, Prajwal.
Okay. Okay, so we have used Monstack. So MongoDB is used as a database for us. Secondly, React is used
So
for
yeah, is
front.
the merge stack.
Okay, I will go on. So React is used for the front end, and then we have used Material UI for the UI. Whatever you saw as a UI, all the components were created using Material UI, and Node.js for the basic server. So whatever we have at backend and Express.js for routing purpose we have used. So yeah, just plain Monstack, nothing more than that. And SMS API we have used. So and for face, we have used something called as face API in JavaScript. So that is like whole sort of tech stack we have used.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Prajwal, Rohit, I think, firstly, I would like to congratulate in terms of the way that you presented, in terms of the animated way that you did it. It's phenomenal. It's very good.
Thank you.
Then, of course, you had used the technology stacks, which are the current as well. I think that's definitely good.
Yeah.
You also seen, like, you talked about a little bit in terms of you sending SMS, and then which means that you have the mobile connectivity. But with the Digital India that's initiatives that are going on, there's a possibility that even the internet could be widespread as well.
Yeah.
Do you think that under that condition, your idea is not that going to be useful?
No. So even if internet is there, a lot of times you need electricity. If you have a Wi-Fi at home, you need electricity, right? But instead, if you don't have electricity and you have a laptop, you can still give exam through our app. You don't need internet. So even I am living in a city which has a full sort of internet. There is no connection issue. But whenever there is no electricity, then I cannot give exam. So there is a lot of hurdle when there is no electricity. I use Wi-Fi, which is straight away connected to electricity, and that problem will always remain even if whole India is digitalized. So in that case, our app can be used.
Any
Yeah,
other
and I
domain
will.
or fees? Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I will like to add one more point. So like we for example, our college servers are not that good. So for example, the app is running in the client side, like the procured mode and the all the other things. So it will also help to reduce the load on the college servers. So that also will be one of the benefit.
Yeah.
Okay, good. One just quick question. Um, in terms of it just passed my mind. David, it's okay. I'll get back to the question so others I can ask a question.
Sure, sure.
Hey, Prajwal and Rohit, good job doing it. And it definitely helps when we don't have UPS or UPS is not working or current electricity is not there or people have gone to their hometown villages or some places, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So I see the
Yeah.
usefulness, but next question is plagiarism. Even with our kids today having online classes, even if they are doing it, their exams online, they're supposed to show their videos.
Yeah.
Otherwise their points are reduced by 50% because because the teachers thinks that parents are helping for their online exams. So how do you combat that with
Yeah.
this idea?
Okay, so right now we are able to detect if anyone is there through the face cam, like whatever is there, like Rohit shown, right? So if you're doing any unethical activity, that will be caught. So we are doing that. Secondly, even if what example gave you gave right now that the parents can help the children's, but the thing is there is no continuous video monitoring at backend. The app is just taking the screenshots. Whatever apps we have, I am definitely sure like not the whole video is captured, just screenshots are taken at a particular instance. So even that we can incorporate. It is not that hard, and we had that plan also.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't
Uh,
have to, I mean, easy idea would be like to take offline video. Anyway, you have laptop, offline video while you are attending your exams and upload the whole video thing as
Yeah,
opposed to
we can
just
even do that. We can even encrypt the video and that file can be sent and the student cannot change the video. We can do that, definitely.
a lot of coding competitions also does that, right? Or your interviews which you do it online.
Yeah,
um,
interviews take screenshots. I mean, the coding test of interviews, they take screenshots at some instance of time, not regularly.
and also the cookies wherever you're browsing, so you can't
Hmm.
even browse other things. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yes. So tap switching we are able to detect now, and also you can get the list of URLs that the student used during the exam time. We can even access that thing.
So that is incorporated in your project already.
Right now, tap switching is incorporated. So basically, if you're using some other URL, what it means is that you have switched the tab. So if tap switching is there, it indirectly indicates that you have used some other URL, like you're making a new tab and then finding any answer. So we have that functionality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
so, Prashant, you downloaded.
Good
This is
job.
my question. You downloaded the particular
Thank you.
exam format. Uh, what,
Yes.
what 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 sort of a document is this? The question
Okay.
paper
Rohit.
which you downloaded.
Yeah.
What sort of
So
a document is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, it is just a JSON file which is encrypted and stored in the local storage of the browser.
Okay, so I'll tell you why my question was this is actually a good approach for something which have a multiple choice questions or something of a few text to be written. Uh,
Yeah.
if you have to have some interactive thing like a biology paper where you would probably have to draw some diagrams and things. Uh, have you thought about it? Obviously, this is the same problem not only for you, but it seems to be a problem for the normal question paper as well. But have you just ended up thinking about it? What would you do,
Yeah.
especially in the offline?
Yeah.
So
Right.
so what we can do is we can give a field to attach photos for user as well as for faculty also can keep a photo. So we can do that. Image, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair. And you know what? The easiest. So this is more of a comment than of a question to you. You try to solve a problem of an online to an offline, and a good thought to that. The easiest way to see what might go wrong is now change your hat of programmer and become a hat of a hacker. If we give you a job of saying that you need to break this system, what would you have done? So somebody presented this system to you, and you, because as Kavita said, plagiarism is one. Probably getting the paper first in some way or the other by hacking it off is another one. What would you have done? Did you think over all this? That's the way of looking at things. If you give it to
Yeah,
what would you have
definitely.
done, if at all?
Yeah, definitely. So a strong hacker can even decrypt the papers, right? A big strong hacker. But we are using AES, which is not yet broken, which is like industry proven algorithm for encryption, the advanced encryption system algorithm. So we researched on it, and definitely AES is serving us good. It cannot be broken. It is not yet done. Yeah.
Okay, great guys, good job.
Thank you.
Well done, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we leave the meeting?
Yep.
Thanks.
Also, Prasanna
Thank
sir
you.
had a question, so should we wait
Yeah.
or?
Hey, Rohit and Prajwal, both of you are breaking if you're talking.
No, I just said that Prasanna sir had a question. So should we wait or should we leave?
Oh.
Hey, please go ahead. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot, and thanks for the
Thank you.
suggestions. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I was actually asking them to go ahead to finish the question, but okay. Either ways, the next team we have is Team Sparkonic, and they're here on stream, and I'll add them right now. Over.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, good evening, judges. So I'll just start off with sharing my screen.
I think the judges are on mute, if I'm not wrong.
Hi, Rohit. We can hear
All
you.
good, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening.
All good, go ahead.
Just a second. Is my screen visible? Hello?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose it's visible now.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, okay. So I'll
Okay,
just start off. Yeah. So good evening, judges. My name is Anshul and my teammate is Rohit Kanchi. I'm from first year and he's from second year. As a team, we go by the name Sparkonic, and hereby we put forward a project Spark LPG. So as a one-line description, this is what our project is about. So it's an LPG gas monitoring safety and leakage alert system. So this is going to be operational 24/7. So this is the abstract. So this basically tells us what the project in short is. So over here, It basically detects if there's any gas leakage. We do the same using temperature, weight, and gas sensors, and this is operational 24/7, as I already mentioned. And this point over here, where we had decided to link it via Bluetooth to the smartphone, is actually a future prospect of our project. So we'll get onto that in the coming few slides. So which problems does it tackle? Right now, sitting at your house, you are carefree of the fact that there's no gas which is going to burst or any of your neighbors, because this specific issue can be very fatal. If you're living in an apartment and just one house gas leaks, the whole apartment can be in danger. So this is a very pressing issue, and it should definitely be taken care of. So these specific 4 points is what a project tackles. Going ahead, how do we tackle this problem? So they are monitored. Our project monitors gas levels. It detects gas leaks and sends a real-time data to the user in a mobile phone. And on the similar note, the app notifies the users of all current issues, if any. So coming to the advantages of Spark LPG, actually, this product is very, very cost efficient, and it doesn't target specific people. It needs to be used by college, wherever there's cooking used using LPG gas. So let it be the hostel or a restaurant or just your home. Everyone needs to use it, and so we can make this really cost efficient. So it just comes up to be 1,200 rupees. And it also uses many principles. Like we said, we have used 3 sensors, so it doesn't just rely on one principle. And it as a whole is very efficient and safe. This is basically how the sensors are linked to the Arduino board. We have used Arduino board and those sensors here, and linking to the Bluetooth model and the smartphone, the LCD and the buzzer speaker, which will be alerting the user if any accident happens. This is the future scope of Spark LPG. Like I said, it's a very pressing issue, and it's a necessity rather than a want. You can go without food apps, but you can't go to a place which is unsafe. So you have to be sure that there's no such accident taking place, or if there is, our application basically alerts you. So this can also be extended to a larger scale application. So that's about that. And this is the ease of implementation. So yeah, right. I'll just hand over the platform to Rohit, so he can start over with the technical part of this project.
Okay, so thank you, Anshul. So that was that for the introduction of our project. So as she said, it's a pretty important issue that has not been addressed. 99% of the homes in even our urban cities, we don't really have any gas monitoring system or some kind of a sensorized and an IoT implemented based system which tells the user if there is a possible gas leak. There are many systems out there which are doing this job, but with only a gas sensor. There are other systems out there which are also doing this job with the help of a few more
Rohit, you
gas.
might want to go to the.
Sorry. Okay, so basically, what we have come up with, we have taken this one step forward, and we have come up with a system which incorporates more sensors in itself, and it works together as one unit, and it basically increases the reliability of this approach. So now I'll share my screen and show you what exactly we are doing. So introduction is done. Let me just share my screen. Don't show these steps. Entire screen. Is my screen visible?
No, you aren't sharing it, I think.
No, I'm sharing it. It'll be visible in a minute. Yeah, it's visible. Okay.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, so first thing, let us just we use this thing called Tinkercad. Okay, so there are a couple of sensors here. Let me just brief you up with what we have done here. This is the Arduino code. We have used an Arduino board. This is the code for it. And this right here, are you guys able to see my cursor moving on the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, right. So this here is your load sensor. It basically will be placed under your LPG cylinder, and this sensor will basically read the weight of your cylinder 24/7. This temperature sensor will be placed near your gas stove. As in, let us say there is imagine a burner in front of you, the gas burner here. So the at a distance of maybe 4.5 centimeter off, this temperature sensor will be placed, and it will and when the flame, when you ignite the LPG that is coming out of the burner holes on your stove, the temperature of the air will naturally increase at the surrounding air temperature because of convection currents, and this temperature sensor will pick it up. So when the flame is on, temperature sensor is on, flame is off, temperature sensor is off. Okay, so this right here, this blue thing, is actually the potentiometer. We thought of using a rotary sensor, but we didn't find one on Tinkercad. So the simple idea that I took is we'll just relay using a shaft mechanism the knob of your LPG gas stove to this potentiometer. So let us just, this potentiometer is basically in this position because of the previous simulation I had done. If you keep it in this position here, this is your 0 position, and anything more than that means the gas stove is on. As in, you have put the knob on, it doesn't mean that flame is there. So that is the potentiometer. This here is your gas sensor. Okay, so the gas sensor is going to detect any kind of gas leak that happens. I mean, if there is in the atmosphere, if the air molecules are passing through it, okay, and the gas also passes through that LPG gas, then it will detect it and it will send the same to the Arduino board. Here is a piezo that I've used, which is basically a speaker. Or you can call it a buzzer. The buzzer will buzz when your system is going to throw an error or throw a message saying that okay, there is a gas leak. Now, having said what all the components are here and what they do, let me just show you what the code does. Okay, I will just simulate it. And we did say LCD, but we haven't used an LCD. Instead of LCD, we have used a serial monitor. So if you see the serial monitor, this whole thing, the loop of this, just give me a minute. This loop, basically void loop, is running every 10 seconds because I've given a delay of 10,000 milliseconds, which is basically 10 seconds. Okay, and this fellow, after this thing is executed, this guy will tell the code to restart after 10 seconds. So it will just keep checking the sensors and do the whole logic once again and again and again repeatedly until the board is being powered. Now, I have this code is going to take a lot of time to explain. There's no time that we have, so I just came up with a simple algorithm, a flowchart basically, which will make it a little easier to explain what we are doing. The flowchart basically will tell you all the cases. So there are essentially 3 cases here. One case is your LPG cylinder is connected to your stove and the stove gas regulator is on. The flame
Rohit,
is.
You're not
given that
sharing
10 minutes are up,
okay.
Maybe we should just skip the
Just give me 2
flowchart
minutes.
because.
Yeah, sure. It's just loading. Just give me a minute. Okay, so let us say it reads data from all the sensors. So the case one, as I said, is the flame is on, but there is a gas leak that is being detected. So temperature sensor is on, that means your flame is on. Gas sensor is detecting gas, okay. Rotary sensor as in the potentiometer is basically telling you that the knob is turned on. So that means your flame is on and there is a gas leak that is occurring. So it will display this and send the message to the concerned systems. Other side, if the temperature sensor is off, then there is one more case. That means if there is no flame, there are 2 situations. Your stuff could be off, your stuff could be on. If your stuff is off and there is a gas leak detected, it could be from anywhere in the system, gas system basically. If the stuff regulator is on but there is no flame, which is actually a very common scenario in most common household, then that could be a very, very dangerous situation. So if the gas sensor is on, okay, and your temperature sensor is off, and the rotary sensor is saying, I mean, a potentiometer is basically saying that, you know, the regulator is on, then it should say that your stove regulator could have been kept open with no flame. Okay, and it's but natural that if there is gas leaking, then that means the LPG cylinders gas levels are going down. So that means the weight of the cylinder will decrease. So the weight sensor here also is going to take, sorry, the weight sensor here is going to take care of that, detect any changes in weight. Now, so far so good. Then this part of the
Rohit, I think we should skip the flowchart in interest of time.
yeah. So
yeah.
Okay, so let me just show the simulation quickly. Let us say there is a gas leak that's occurring. Okay, so this is the gas leak, and after 10 seconds, it will just bear with. Do you guys hear the buzz?
Yes.
Right? You heard the buzz, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is basically when there is a possible gas leak occurring, and that is one situation. Another situation would basically be your temperature sensor is off, your stove is on, and there is some gas leak occurring, right? So that will again show you some value. Okay, so if you see, the gas stove regulators have been kept on, so there is no flame detected, but your gas stove is on, so check that. And the other scenario would be, you know, your weight sensor is showing some value which is say 10 Newton, and your temperature sensor is off, and your gas sensor isn't picking it up, but your weight has decreased. So that will clearly mean that there
Hey Rohit, sorry to interrupt, but can you please speed this up a little bit? I think you've taken more than
this is the
15
end.
minutes.
This is the last part.
So and plus there are
This is
questions also,
basically,
which is the main thing.
yeah,
So
sure. This is the last part. So this basically, if you see here, what we have taken care of all the scenarios that could have been, you know, that could go wrong by the system. We because we just started learning this a few weeks ago. We are very new to this, so we thought we could implement these, you know, send the value from this code to a server, and that server could be relayed to an Android app. So if you would give me some time, I can show you the simple demonstration of how the app is giving alerts. So this is, can you see my screen basically? Let me just stop sharing. Can you see this?
Yes.
Yeah, it's visible.
Emulator just crashed, so this I'm having to use my phone, so just bear with me. So this button here is the refresh button. If you click that, it's going to say leakage detected. All right, so let me just reset. I clicked reset, and now there's no errors. So this also displays your cylinder level, and all of this has been, you know, all the values that have to be given to this have been given by me manually in the code. I can always, you know, share those values through the Android Studio. But we thought we could make this listen to a server and do that, but Tinkercad doesn't allow us to do that. So that was that for demonstration purpose. If you have any questions now, you can ask me and Anjul.
No questions from my side.
Hey, where do you want to keep this? Where do you want to keep this monitoring thing? In the kitchen or somewhere has a thermostat in your house? Because app cannot be used or laptop cannot be used, right?
As of now, it cannot be implemented immediately. We will need to physically bring the Arduino board and the modules and link the same to the phone. But the app was just made by me for demonstration purpose, how it looks and how it will alert. We will be using this in our target audience is generic household only, nothing more than that. We will be placing this in the kitchen area, maybe for simple gas and stove systems.
Yeah, that's what I imagine. So thank you.
Yeah.
So a couple of quick things. Good job to the extent, and I'll tell you why I said good job is a lot of stuff into it really. So many sensors trying to do so many things and still trying to develop an app in 24 hours. is a big thing. You could have, probably my view, you could have done probably with lesser sensors. When you choose, your idea was good to have more than 3 reliability sensors to ensure it definitely there. But sometimes for the product of it, you have to take the top 80-20 rule and do the best ones to get the results. Second is, as Kavita said, implementability, because as much as you use the sensors, more often than not for a product, you would need to have all the sensors relatively together, or you have drawn wires. You have a weight sensor which goes below and a wire, Arduino sitting somewhere, then there's a temperature sensor near the gas flame. So think over this. The ideas are good, the necessities are good. That's one thing. Second, I wanted to hear about, and I was actually waiting for that, is at the start of your presentation, you talked about the communication. The buzzer is perfect, fine. Where did the Bluetooth go?
As I said, the Bluetooth module, we tried incorporating it, but Tinkercad does not, it is not supporting a Bluetooth module for security reasons. So when we started implementing and we came to the end, we thought of incorporating Bluetooth module because we did see some projects, but they were from 2019, 2020. As of now, they're not supporting it. So we thought we'll just leave it to that.
And what sort of a Bluetooth module you were planning? That's fine, but Tinkercad doesn't support it. It's absolutely fine. What were you planning to use as a Bluetooth module? You're on mute, Rohit.
You're on mute.
Okay. So basically, the Bluetooth modules that we were thinking of using were basically some. Let me just get the name right. I don't want to. Let me just.
That's fine. If it was top of your mind, I mean, I'm not actually holding you to that.
HC05 trans receiver. So that was the one that we were trying to use, but it was not getting incorporated in the Tinkercad.
That's fine. HC05. Okay. So Bluetooth is a different animal altogether. So when you do that, think about it. It's an either or situation because Bluetooth also has its limitation onto distances. So even if it comes from Bluetooth by the app, it won't add much. And that's my view.
For that,
so either
reason,
you have a buzzer or a Bluetooth, or you send it to the cloud.
Yes. So that's why we thought GSM. We thought of GSM module also. But none of those modules are being supported on Tinkercad. And we don't have the hardware with us, or else I would have definitely given my best shot to incorporate everything and show it to you.
Yeah, but it's a really good effort, and going into the hardware and the software all together, good effort. Remember, as far when you want to make any product compact, try to use modules which are easy to use but have more capabilities in together. So Arduino clones or things like that, and you would hear it as you go from second and third year. The likes of the ESP32s and everything, which have an inbuilt Bluetooth, inbuilt Wi-Fi into it, makes your life much more simpler. And in that case, you will be able to do those more quickly. But nonetheless, good job.
Thank you.
Hey guys, good job. I have one question. How did you test this whole solution?
We just we just went to Tinkercad and we designed. I mean, looking at the algorithm that I had made, I just made the program and relayed all the sensors to it, and then that's how we just went about it. And the app also was designed by me, but a stage came in the hackathon when we realized that Tinkercad is not supporting Bluetooth and any other module. So there was no point coding it to listen to any server because it is not going to listen to a server. So that's how we went about it. Yeah, have I answered your question?
Yes, fine. Thanks.
Okay. Any other question, judges? Kavita ma'am?
Nothing from my side, guys.
Okay.
Good thought, and definitely I can use at my home to prepare his product. Nice presentation.
Thank you. So, if you
Hello guys. So That was a little bit longer than expected. The next code is pseudocode, and they're here. And from this point onwards, I think Anirudh will be taking on from my place. Okay.
Thanks, Prajwal.
Hey, good evening, judges. So I will be comparing for the rest of the event. So yeah, as I said, the next team in is Pseudocode. So I'll just add them to the stream now.
Good evening, judges. I'm Amrita, and I'm part of the Pseudocode team. Yeah, Anand is here.
Hello, I'm sorry, I'm having some technical issues. I can't display my camera, but can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great.
Okay, I'll
Right, so
share my
let's
screen.
begin.
Yeah, is my screen visible?
No, not yet.
How about now?
Yeah, it's loading.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so hello again, we're Pseudocode, and we created a tool that's AI for sign language. So our idea was fairly simple. We've noticed that there's a large section of the community which communicates using sign language. Now, that often poses an issue for them to communicate with the other part of the community, especially now that we're moving completely online. It makes things that much harder. So we decided to apply automation AI and create a tool which can translate sign language into text. So our idea is, once again, very simple. So sign language works, and one of the concepts that it uses is something called finger spelling, where you have one symbol which represents a letter, and basically you spell out using that. Now, finger spelling is something which most beginners have a hard time learning when they're working with sign language. So we thought that this is a good place to start. So our tool uses a deep learning model to identify these symbols, and once it identifies them, it takes that text and it pipes it into a file, and we display this file, which will basically give you your message. Move to the next slide. Okay, so the reason we thought once again to use this was to make it easier for anyone who cannot speak using an auditory pathway to basically allow them to communicate, which is such an integral part of our life. And we thought that's something that a lot of people are missing out, not just because they can't, but it gives them a lot more confidence because they don't have to use a middleman anymore, and it makes things easier all around.
Yeah, so we just want to ensure that communication is accessible to everyone, irrespective of their mode. And now that the communication has switched to online mode, basically, we want to provide a more easier tool which can help with this.
So
yeah.
we use a squeeze net as our basic model. We built 2 layers on top of this net, and we trained it using a data set we found of Kaggle. Luckily, it was already available, so we didn't have to make it. And now I could exist. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. We got the ASL corpus from Kaggle, and so basically our model consists of SqueezeNet CNN, which is a predefined deep neural network model. And yeah, so like you said, on top of that, we added 2 additional layers, and we used the ADAM optimizer and gave it a learning rate and trained the model. So now I'll give you a demo of what we've done so far. So this is a final output. So I'll just execute it. Just a minute. I think it's having a problem with my webcam. 1 second.
You may want to go to Chrome to to the tab where you're sharing and disable camera access. Only one driver can access the camera, right?
Okay. Okay, since this is not accessible, I'll just show you an recording of the simulation which we had done earlier. So, yeah. So here the sign is displayed. And suppose I would like to spell out the word cow. So it has C-O-W. So I'm going to show the sign for C. And it would predict this right sign. So this is the sign for C. And this is O and W. So actually, it might, for signs which are somewhat similar, it might have problems identifying which one is the correct prediction. So in this case, Y is somewhat similar to W, so it took some time to identify.
And that's mostly because we didn't have the time or the compute power to properly train the model as much as we would have liked. So the accuracy is a little lower in that respect.
Yeah. And so once that is done, it generates the text. So that is done here. Okay. That went virtually. So the sign to text translation happens here, and the word we just showed using sign language is translated to give the right text conversion. So this is basically the gist of the program which we have done. And I can give an insight to the testing, how it happened. And so here it gives in, suppose I test with the alphabet H, it gives a prediction of all the probabilities which might have been the alphabet. So if you can look closely, you can see that H has the highest probability. So hence it gave the right prediction here. And this is the working. This is behind the scenes. And so what we did was we imported the data set from Kaggle, and we have defined SqueezeNet here. So and while compiling the model, this is the two extra layers which we added. We added a dropout layer to prevent overfitting of the data, and we gave in a ReLU activation function and softmax so that we can get probabilities of every possible outcome. So, and here you can see the optimizer used. And we gave this learning rate because it worked the best. And while training the model for 10 epochs, we got a very good training accuracy, which is 99%. And so that's basically how this is done. So coming back to the presentation.
So in terms of future prospects, there's a bunch of stuff we would have liked to do, but we couldn't. Big part of that is we would have liked to give the output in terms of audio rather than speech to give more of a feel of a conversation. Another thing we would have liked to integrate was the fact that sign language is heavily based on actions and expressions as well. And we would like to integrate that into the future for the translations rather than just basing it on number signs. And we would also like to increase the number of languages that we detect to increase the reach of our tool.
Yeah. So, and the some of the problems which we came across while doing this was basically the inability to implement actions. So we basically wanted to focus on mainly alphabets for the time being, and we hope on further development we can implement that.
Another thing we hope to do was create a better UI, but considering the constraints, we decided to work more on our core functionalities.
Yeah,
Rather
we
than create
didn't have
an
the
UI or an app.
Yeah, the time was not sufficient, and we didn't have access to a good GPU, so we had to train it locally. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'd like to open the floor to questions if there are any.
Hi, Amrita and Anant.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know this sign language detection using deep learning convolutional networks is something that's already there. So my question is on originality. You're doing language detection and converting that to a text. I understand that. So what is where do you think you have introduced originality here?
For now, we wanted to focus on building a prototype. So it's obviously not the final model because we need to clean it up a bit more and get a good GUI. And we wanted to focus on, like we said earlier, finger spelling. So since that's the place where beginners find it difficult, we wanted to focus on just the basic alphabets. And we
So it
hope to
could also
develop
be
it further.
used as a tool for people who are trying to learn so that they can practice with themselves. This is more for proof of concept. We'd like to adapt into that as we go.
Okay. So you used ADMM optimizers, right?
Yes.
ADAM optimizers. So why
Yeah.
not gradient descent or others? Well, what made you choose ADAM?
We wanted Adam because it's more efficient while training images with the CNN architecture. So we thought that would be the best fit for our model. So and the learning rate seemed to be like the correct, the perfect one for what we wanted to bring about. So.
Okay.
But
As far
correct
as
me if
I
I'm
know,
wrong, isn't Adam based on gradient descent?
Adam is based on gradient descent, and it actually does much better of optimization by squeezing a last bit of information available in the for the accuracy purposes. So that's where ADM really stands out when compared to any of other optimizers. Anyway.
It's something new. We're fairly unfamiliar. It's one of our first hackathons, actually.
Yeah, it's okay.
No,
Thanks,
thank
guys.
you. I mean, it's new information I'd like to learn. Yeah, anyone else?
I think you did a good job in putting the first slide on the problem statement, which is, I think, it's such an important thing to really communicate what problem you are solving, right?
Right.
That's very good. What is it that one thing that you learned during executing this project? And I have a second question, but go ahead and answer this one.
Okay. So basically, what I learned was that firstly, with speaking with respect to the training process and all that, I learned that I need a proper GPU, and I wouldn't be able to like perform better computations and train it much and make it perfect without it. So and speaking about the main problem statement, we learned that the communication should be accessible to everyone, irrespective of their disabilities or whatever be it. And we figured that this would be the perfect time to introduce such an idea, given owing to the fact that we are in an online-based communication and current situation. Anant, would you like to add anything?
Yeah. So another big thing for me was this experience actually disenchanted me with machine learning. It was a really good experience. I mean, I always looked at it and I thought, wow, this is really amazing. How would you possibly think of this? And now with more experience actually getting my hands dirty with it made me realize that's a lot of math and it's actually a pretty cool idea.
Okay, good. So my second question is, what are your plans for this going forward? 1 year down the line, do you think what you could have done anything more on this, or what are your plans basically on this project?
Like we
What have you thought
mentioned
of?
once before, we would like to create a audio rather than a text, so
Mhm.
that it feels more like a conversation. And we
Yeah, audio
also like to improve our UI and include more languages and different forms of communication, so using expressions just to increase the accuracy of the message going past rather than just the
Yeah, like we know, sign language is not just restricted to these hand movements, and it takes into consideration the whole expression and your actions and body movements and as such. So we hope to develop it further based on that.
Okay. Applies something to, you talked about GPU, right? Apply to NVIDIA. Just send them a message. Maybe you will get one GPU.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I should
definitely
do
try
that.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm sorry about the webcam. I was supposed to execute it live, but something happened. So, yeah.
So I think we're running out of time. So if there's no other questions, maybe we should conclude and move on to the next team. Let them come in.
Yeah. So any more questions?
Well done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
So Aditya, how are we doing on time?
All right. We are slightly beyond schedule, but I guess we have 5 more teams. So yeah. The next team is Team Astrocoders. I think they'll take a moment to join. Okay, I believe they're here. I'm just adding them to stream now.
Hello. Good evening, judges.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello.
And present. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Dhruv.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll start presenting. Our project is called Question Everything. It's basically a program that takes input from the user and makes questions for them. The user can provide input in the form of a PDF, as a photo, or even as a text file. The program analyzes the text and form questions based on that. The user can choose what kind of questions they need and how many of those they need for their use case. Okay. Now, why we would use this is so that make the process of learning easier and more efficient. I think several studies have proved that learning is more effective through the process of recollection when you get a deeper understanding of the process by questioning everything. But questions aren't available for everything. Like there are several books and pieces of text that you to gain a deeper understanding of the thing. This program can help you understand the subject on a higher level. So our program will also be helpful in other places like in medicine for patients and caretakers, as well as human and computer tutors, as well as in law when the interrogators in different cases can frame better questions to ask those involved in the case. This can also be commercialized by using as a frequently asked question facilities by companies and other event organizers. Now I will explain the program structure. These are the 4 different levels: user input, text to question conversion, output, and integration of these 3. First thing is the user input, which can be provided via 3 methods: as an image, as a PDF, or as a text file. So when the user provides the input as an image, the program, this is a visualization of how the program works. It uses optical character recognition to read the text, and then it gives the output to the next part of the program. Okay. And the same thing can be done when you use it as a PDF. This is a PDF file that we used, and this is the text that the program extracted from it. Now, Python has very good integration with text files, so we didn't really need to create an additional program for that. We So we directly use that in our code. Now, coming to the text to question conversion part, this required a lot of research from like several papers and then this YouTube video by Allen Institute of AI. So from that, what I learned was these are the different methods that are involved in the process. There are tokenizing, named entity recognition, and semantic role labeling. So what basically is that? Suppose you have this sentence, right? Now, what tokenizing will do? It separate every word into different parts, like the robot broke my, and then the semantic role labeling. What it will do? It will assign a part of speech to each part of the sentence. Like suppose the robot is the subject, my favorite mug is the object, and the with the wrench is the preposition. So this would be analyzed by the program to form better questions. Okay, and so this part is called semantic role labeling. Okay, and named entity recognition. What it does is, like, suppose there's a location, like he lives in Delhi. It will recognize Delhi as a location. So this will help us form better questions so that you can use words like where. So where does he live or something like that. Now I'll pass on the rest of the presentation to Abhiram.
Hello, I will pick up from there.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So far, was talked about two things. One is how text a text PDF or image can be converted to text, and the second is how text can be converted to questions. So I will talk about two things. One is the user interface, and another is the integration. Right. So let us start with the user interface. So first, there is so the program. When you run the program, there's a window which pops up, and as soon as the window pops up, you will see a camera preview, and you will see two buttons. Right. So if you want to take a photo on the go, then you just click on the capture button, and whatever is shown in the camera preview will be saved as a photo, and that will be the input file. Otherwise, if you already have a photo or a PDF or a text file somewhere, then you can just put the location of that file in your system here and click on import file. Right. So these are two ways in which you can give the input. Right. So then when you choose one of these two, the next thing that you will see is going to be the number of questions and the number of fill in the blanks. So we are currently working with two types of questions. So as Dhruv said, once you do the role labeling, you can find the different parts of speech. You can identify the nouns, and you can replace them with the proper question words by finding out what kind of noun they are. So for example, there's a person, so you label him as a person noun, and you can replace him with what, whom, and you can find like a location, and you identify there's a location, you can replace it with where. So you can form questions like that. And another option would be to just drop the word and put a blank in its place, so that you can get a fill in the blank. Right. So those are the two things. So you enter how many of each you want from that text, and then you hit submit. Right. So once you hit submit, right, the process is going to happen, and then you're going to see that the file has been downloaded to output.txt, and in the same folder wherever this program is running, in that folder itself, you will see a file called output.txt, which has the questions, each question in a new line, one after the other, as requested by you. So how this works, right? So I'll start talking about the integration. So we have used something called Kiwi, right, which allows you to pop up these windows and integrates them with Python. And Kiwi is very flexible and it's cross-platform. So we chose Kiwi because you can use it on a PC as well as a mobile, like Android, iOS. And of course, if you want to take a photo like this, you'd rather do it on a mobile rather than on your PC. So due to flexibility, I've chosen Kiwi as this thing. And using that, we code the three buttons. And the three buttons are written in Python code. So this is for the capturing the photo, and this is where you store it as an image, and this is where you do the next step. And if the next one is the import one, so if it is a PNG, a PG, or a JPG, then you're going to treat it as an image. If it ends with a .pdf, you're going to treat it as a PDF, and it ends with a .txt, you're going to treat it as a TXT, right? And so now over here, I'll tell you how we're going to treat the PDF and the PNG, which is basically the other file over here, which is the PDF reader file that Dhruv talked about. So we're just going to import that file and call that function here, right? So this tr.imageReader is from the file which we import as tr, and of course pr.readPDF is another is a function which we imported from the respective file. And so the image and PDF are both converted to .txt format, and we store the .txt as a file. What we do next is that we take the .txt, right? So in the next screen, we have the submit button, and we define the submit button as when you hit the submit button, we are going to take whatever number you're entered for the questions and fill in the blanks, and we are going to run that, give those 3 arguments, which one is the text file, the next 2 are the number of questions you wanted, and call another function which we import, and that function is this one, right, from question generator. So this is the it takes the 3 inputs, question text, questions, and blanks, and it writes the questions into the file output.txt, which and then you will see over here, and then you will see the screen saying that it has been written to output.txt. So that is a basic overview of what we have designed. And now once again, quickly, I would like to reiterate on the results and the benefits is that we can form questions, and as you said, we can use them to generate questions and FAQ. And so let's say you're studying and you quickly want to, while studying, you just want to say like, okay, what kind of questions can come from this material that I'm studying? So then you can quickly run it by this and you can get some questions. And if you find some good questions, you can also keep them as a last minute revision, saying that, okay, can I answer these? Do I remember the whole chapter? So it serves as a good revision as well. And of course, the last thing is the future scope of this project. So there are some things that we can do moving forward. The main thing we're looking at is using deep learning techniques to come up with better questions. So currently we're limited because we're only using the NLP role labeling. So we are limited to the simple what, whom kind of questions and the fill in the blanks. So maybe if we can use better techniques, we can come up with better types of questions. That is one thing. The next thing would be to create a database of these questions. So rather than having to scan the text each time, if we were to start from our end scanning some standard texts, and so we can have questions on them, right? So this can be used there too. And then of course the user doesn't need to scan it. He can just say, okay, I want this book, I want questions from this topic or from this book, and we can give him questions, and the users can say that the question was good or bad. So then we can start ranking the questions, and we can start giving the good questions more often to the next users. And then the one more thing that we need to do here is that the same word can have completely different meanings in different contexts. So when you're talking about, say, biology, for example, a bull is going to be an animal. But when you talk in terms of business or stock trade, a bull has a completely different meaning. So we would need to understand the theme of the text and then use a data set trained for that theme. So that is one more thing which needs to be done, right? So these are some of the things we need to do going forward. And this is the conclusion of a small presentation on our project.
Do you have any questions for us?
So a simple, quick thing, good execution and a well thought through is what I saw. Regarding the questions creations, and I saw you going word by word and creating use cases and subject and the object and things. Did you think while creating questions, it was a sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph? Because there would be times when the questions would not be formed by analyzing only one single sentence. Or a set of 5-6 sentences together would effectively form a question. Did you give it a thought, and how would you implement it at some point of time, if not now?
Yeah, so basically the thing is, as we started off with the project, I read through some papers, and this was the most basic method of how it starts, okay? But as you employ more learning models, you need to train on more data sets, and so that they can understand context between 2 different sentences. So if we implement that, then we'll have a better questions. So we'll have to employ deep learning and then train the questions. There's also a project called QA SRL by Allen Institute. where they collected data, crowdsourced data from thousands of people who, when given a sentence, they formed questions and they formed better questions. So if we use that data and extract it and then employ that in our model, we will have better questions which have been tested by actual humans who know whether the questions are good or not.
Fair. And just a follow-up quick question, 20 seconds. This is start from scratch, right? Do you think that starting from what is already available and moving on, because as much as this is a very useful thing, this is something which is being done or at least being tried to be done by people, and you obviously want to improvise upon it. So was that something which is already done and built upon it? Did you find something while you did the research?
Yeah, like I said, the Allen Institute of AI has done a lot of training on it. The data set that we used, the model was pre-trained by them. Okay, so we took that data from their website and then we employed it on the data. I mean, we put it on the text that the user inputs. So all the part of speech labeling and all the semantic role labeling, that subject, object, word kind of thing, that was already trained on by them, and we just used that in our code to make this happen.
Sure, great, thanks.
Hey guys, good job. I can relate to your project very much because 8 years ago we were doing some exams like this. We were taking a picture of an exam and we were trying to make it possible, available online for thousands of students who are not having the privilege to buy 2,000, 3,000 rupees worth of book or to go for the training institute for a entrance exam after intermediate in Andhra Pradesh. But we were also doing the answer submission. We were using the database. So the question I'm coming to is, when you're saying looking at a paragraph or two paragraphs, it frames a question. That's the deep learning model that you would want to implement for a future case. What would be the answer for that? Would the deep learning model itself select the answer? For example, the question is what are the 5 sense organs, and then deep learning model can easily select 5 sense organs easily. But there are a couple intricate questions for that. Do you think deep learning model would also select the answers?
Okay, so as we were going through the project and I was going through the different data sets, there were some data sets which read the text and you give a question, they give an answer. We were trying to implement the reverse of it, where you give the text and the program gives you the questions. Now, that project was employed completely using a training data set. I think they took inputs from actual humans and who showed how how you've given a text, how questions are formed. I think this can also be done using deep learning, but you would have to think about some way to verify if the output that the program gives actually makes sense or is relevant to the topic. So that is something I would have to think about to further tell you about.
What models have you guys? Go ahead, Abhiram.
To add on to that, so for the type of questions that we can do, we have done now, right? The simple fill in the blanks on this thing. So we identify the word and then we replace it with the question word. So it is easy for us to store this word as the answer, right? So as we move on to more better different types of questions and we start using deep learning to start making the questions, I believe that we will be able to employ a similar way to, while making the question itself, come up with what we can accept as an answer.
Okay. I saw that you have used NLP here, but that is for extraction, other things. What are the deep learning models you have used here to frame questions?
We used two pre-trained data sets. One was SRL and the other was NER, semantic role labeling and named entity recognition. The named entity recognition wasn't completely utilized. The named entity recognition recognizes like Tom is walking, it will recognize Tom as a person to replace it with who. And the Delhi is across, Delhi is in the north, it will recognize Delhi as a location and replace it with where. Okay, so that We used a named entity recognition for that and SRL for the classification as object, subject, and preposition, etc.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Is that all? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Team Astrocoders. That was a nice presentation. Next up, we have Team Full Smash, who will be presenting. They are currently in the backstage. I will be adding them to stream now. Also, quick reminder, we are slightly over time, so I request the teams to kindly keep your presentations short so that we can stick to schedule and finish on time.
Good evening, judges. First of all, thank you so much for taking your time to judge this event. We're going to try to keep this as short as possible. We know we're running short on time, so I'm going to start sharing my screen. I hope you guys can see my screen. Can we start?
Please.
Yeah. So my name is Ayush, and I'm from Team Full Smash. Our product for today
I
is
don't see the
Rentify.
screen yet.
Okay,
it comes.
Is it here now? Yeah. So yeah, I'll continue. So I'll just give you some context behind Rentify and how the idea stemmed. I have a friend in the Netherlands, and her college has a system, inter-college system, where students can share their products with each other in a sort of a renting system. They can share their products. That can be camera gear, it can be laptops, headphones, for temporary use cases with each other. They can, and it's pretty cheap because it's students renting it for a few hours on 1 or 2 days of the week, and it's very helpful. And my friend was telling me, she was raving about it to me, like, this is the best thing, it has like helped us so much. And that stemmed the idea for Rentify. So the problems that we wish to solve with Rentify is to build a strong platform for leasing for individuals in India. The renting market in India has not been tapped, and very few players exist, and we're trying to change that. And we're also trying to optimize pre-existing resources in our country. We have tons of resources that are not utilized at all. They sit in our houses, and they're not being used to their potential. And in a country like India, I feel like the optimization of resources is very important. So what is Rentify? Rentify is a one-of-a-kind renting platform for both assets and services made for individuals like you and me. And I will tell you why you will be interested in it. So why Rentify? The first and main use of Rentify is to cut out middlemen and reduce the need for spending tons of money on temporary use cases. I want to read a book, but I'm not going to use it for a very long time. Why buy? I can rent. Similarly, we have tons of assets at home that can help transform our house into a warehouse of goods to create a passive source of income for us. Multiple assets that we're not using at all for a very long time can be rented out and made a source of income. And we're also trying to make Rentify the house for niche talents. Any skill, any interest, any hobby can be monetized on Rentify to help you earn some money and also explore your talents even more. So I'll give you a few real world examples of why Rentify can be very helpful for you. Imagine Alex. He's an avid reader. He has a library at home, but his books, he's read them once, twice, 3 times, but now they're collecting dust. He can rent them out on Rentify, but still keep ownership of them, make some money, recover the cost of his books, and maybe make some extra cash with which he can buy new books. Similarly, Ria has a gym setup. With Rentify, she can keep ownership of her gym equipment, but still rent them out to a novice, a beginner who does not know much. She can also speak to him, give him some advice, and Rentify can help connect such gym enthusiasts. Coming to services, Sangeeta Auntie is a very well-known cook in her area. She has secrets and tips that she's learned from baking for so many years of her life. Janvi wants to learn these, but she doesn't want to go to a YouTube channel, or she doesn't want to listen to pre-recorded videos. She can come to Sangeeta Auntie, and like Sangeeta Auntie can teach her all her secrets through Rentify because they're being connected directly. This is mainly about Rentify. Coming to the tech stack that we've used Mongo and Express because they're so well known. We've used Svelte instead of React because we thought we wanted to move away from something that we know and learn something new for this hackathon. So we've used Svelte. Node, very well known, easily scalable. and Postman for API testing. I'm going to hand it over to Yajat, and he's going to take over the technical run through very quickly. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Good evening, judges. My name is Yajat, and thanks, Ayush, for the introduction. I'm just going to share my screen and not take much of your time. All right, so can you see my screen? Is it visible? Yeah. Okay, so Rentify, as Ayush told, is a leasing platform. So on the screen, you can see two phones or two displays. There is, on the left, there is a sign-up page, and on the right, there's a login page. You can see that it's on a phone. That means we are trying to build a progressive web app, and we are trying to the advantages of building such a PWA is that it is easily available for Android and for iOS as well as web. So you don't have to install anything. This will run just on your browsers like any other app would. And it has very few minute limitations which can be avoid. I mean, for looking at this for this use case. So, anyways, here you see on the left there's a person called Yajat. So let's create a scenario to understand the whole working of this app. So there's Yajat over here who is great at coding, and he wants to teach other people and earn a passive income out of it. So he creates an account on Rentify using the sign up page here. So as you can see, he's presented with the screen. Over here it says, "Hello Yajat, what are we renting today?" So here you can rent a service, or you can rent assets. So assets could be books, electronic goods, clothes, or could be anything which you would want to give out temporarily, which you're not using, and that could make you make income out of. So over here, let's create a scenario again. The scenario continues that Yajat wants to earn money out of his coding skills, right? So he can create a service. So he can click on service, and then you can see that there are all services, which shows all the services listed on Rentify. Presently, there's none because this is a fresh copy of the app. So Yajat can go ahead and click on add a new service. Here he'll be presented with a screen where he can give the details of what the service he is going to be offering, and it's something like listing an ad on OLX. Okay, so once he's on the screen, he can just I'll just make this page real quick. So name of the service is coding, and coding JavaScript, and the price for which he's renting out the stuff hits 200 rupees, let's say daily. So every day he wants 200 rupees to give out a service. So here on the what category section, where you can choose a category. Presently there's 4 because of lack of time, obvious reasons, and we intend to go for more categories. And once you submit, it says inserted successfully. That means your ad is now live on Rentify. So any other user like Ayush, who is on the right screen, can log into Rentify. So you can see he's logged into Rentify, and you can click on services, and you can see that over here it says coding, and it's sold by Yajat. So in this section, he can just click on Tell Me More, where he's presented with a detailed view of the entire service. So it gives you the price of the service, and it gives you options to chat with the owner. That means Ayush can make connections with Yajat. Now the chat is built using Socket.io, and it's completely custom made. That means we haven't used any framework or any libraries to implement the chat. So it's everything here is custom made. So you can click on chat with owner, and you can start the chat. So Ayush can send a message saying hey, and one more message saying okay. So over here you can see previous chat, and Ayush has been listed on Yajat's screen. And now we can have real-time communication between the two parties. You can see that the chat is real-time, and both the parties can communicate very easily. Then this is one of the features. And apart from this, let's say, let's continue the scenario. Say now Yajit and Ayush both have come together and negotiated on a basis on something, and now they are ready to carry out the transaction. So Ayush can go ahead to the description page and click on rent this button. Once he clicks on rent this button, you can see notification made. Please wait till the owner accepts your request. So now Ayush's job is done. All Yajit has to do is to go on the dashboard and click on check notifications, where he is presented with a notification saying Ayush wants to rent your service, and it's coding. And here he can accept that request or reject that request. So once he clicks on accept, it says request accepted. And now Ayush on his dashboard, he can see that the previous request, congratulations, you're presently renting this specific service. The same applies for assets. So you can do this with say books or electronic goods or maybe household items. And this actually is the end of the workflow. And everything here is, again, like I said, is custom made. So the chat was done using Socket.io, and that's about it from my side. Over to Ayush to conclude this.
Thank you, Yajat. I'll just quickly end it with what future scopes we have for Rentify. We're just trying to build this platform into a social search engine to find assets around you, asset and services around you, so that we can find things for cheaper and not have to buy items, goods, etc. And we're trying to normalize renting culture in our country. And this is what I believe as a young adult in our country is what we're going to be going into in the future. Renting and leasing is going to be what's going to take over the country, and that's what we're looking for. Thank you. We're going to entertain questions now. I need to hear. Okay.
Hey guys, good presentation, very well done.
Thank you.
And I think it's the originality of the idea is also pretty new for India, just like OLX, how it started.
Ma'am, your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, can you just repeat what you said? Your voice broke.
How good is my voice now?
It's fine now. It's fine.
Okay. Pretty good presentation, and went through the execution of the code as well, very well. So the usefulness also, like everything is spot on, guys. I wanted to ask on the privacy here, like if I am that person who is actually wanting to teach baking, and I don't know who comes into my house to teach, right, to learn from me. So does Rentify also give a common place?
Ma'am, so this can be negotiated. First of all, that is very dependent on the user and the person renting the service out. But also, in terms of knowing what you're signing up for, we're trying to look into a recommendation system. Maybe a star system on people giving reviews. Obviously, there has to be there will be a little bit of concern regarding this, but that's on almost every other platform where you're signing up for meeting strangers. But a recommendation system and maybe a star system to rate people will eventually make it a safer platform. As in, once someone rents out the service multiple times, the fifth person renting it knows what they're in store for from the first four experiences. And about your second question, do we give us a middle place? No, we haven't considered it yet. But once we scale to a size where we can look into it economically, if it's feasible, then sure, we can open Rentify places where people can come together and like common workspaces. That could be something we look into too.
Okay. Yeah.
Fantastic product, guys. So just a question. So when you rent something to somebody, you would like them to be your friends or friends' friends or somebody in your social circle, right? So have you guys thought of pulling data from Facebook social graph and kind of mix and matching with your product, which I think will add a lot of value. What are your thoughts on that?
That is totally possible. Social graphs will definitely help increase, maybe in some sense, increase the accuracy of the products that you might require, and that is something we should definitely look into. I think Yajat will also agree with me that we can look into this. In our 24-hour time span, we didn't really have that much. We didn't have chance to explore a little more than this, but that's definitely something we can look into. But in terms of privacy, I feel like just associating, I mean, to the youth at least, associating Facebook with anything is kind of a bad choice right now in the current times. And I feel like that's I mean, I know like my mom might be totally interested in Facebook Marketplace because all her friends are there, but I personally would not like also associate my product with Facebook because privacy. So that's a bargain that we will look into whether it's worth it or not.
So you just called me old. That's all right.
I'm.
No, just kidding. Just kidding. Well done, guys.
Got you.
Any other questions, sir?
Hey, well done. Very diplomatic answers you guys are giving. One question is related to, you said that you did not choose the React and you used that because of learning. So what are the pros and cons of this new tool that you used?
Okay, so the pros and cons of React versus Svelte. I mean, it's pretty controversial. Like if you see the Twitter, you'll see all about how Svelte is not actually. React is not actually reactive, and Svelte is more reactive than React. So I mean, that's a mouthful. But if you go online and see, first of all, Svelte is designed to reduce boilerplate. A lot of boilerplate is reduced. For example, states and global states and other things like assignments can be done really fast, and everything comes down to how fast you can finish an app and how less code you can write. So Svelte is something that has built over that idea. Now, if you compare React versus Svelte, Svelte is very new, and it has a very bright future. But presently, for enterprise products and for actual real world projects, we wouldn't go for Svelte. React is still the way to go. But yeah, that's about. I mean, that's the difference between React and Svelte. That's why we chose Svelte.
Okay, so if I'm asking you between these two choices, where would I need to go? You would propose React is the place, right? React is the one to choose.
So can you repeat your question, sir? Between these two.
So I was just.
If you want to choose between React or Svelte, and say suppose you're teaching a group of students who are relatively very new to web development, I would prefer going to React, because if you learn harder way, it becomes easier for you to understand new frameworks, and React gives the basic. It strengthens your base. Svelte doesn't do that. Svelte is like Python, and React is like Java and
Good
C++.
enough. One question. This is a lot of work. How long this idea has been cooking with you guys?
This idea actually came from Ayush, like he told the Netherlands story, and he on a call late night when we were playing PUBG. I mean, when that was a thing, he comes up to me and he's like, there should be some system like this, and this was it was a very old idea which we hadn't implemented, and we wanted to implement. We were looking forward to it, and we couldn't find time because of exams and assignments and college work, online classes. But eventually, he came up with the whole SpaceJam hackathon, where he introduced me to all this place, and we had a chance to actually implement this entire idea and make it happen in 24 hours.
Any more questions?
Other questions. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. That was a very unique idea. Next up, we have team deadbrains.exe. They will be joining in a moment.
Anirudh, one question.
Yes.
After two more people, three more teams
Yeah.
are there, right? After three more teams,
yeah.
Maybe that will complete in another 45 minutes, right? Three teams.
Yep, around 45 minutes, yes.
Yeah. After that, for discussion of the results, what you have given the Google Sheets, is that enough, or do we need to stay here for discussion of results?
We will be sharing details on, we will be having like a short discussion between the judges for deciding the results. We'll let you know like as soon as we are done with this.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So the team has joined, so I will be adding them to stream now.
Good evening, judges.
Good evening, judges.
Is my audio and video working fine?
Yes, visible.
Cool.
And audible.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Is my screen visible? Hello?
Yeah, visible now.
Cool, cool, cool. Just let me know if my voice cracks because I'm having a bad connection right now.
It's loading. Yeah, actually the screen is invisible for me.
Should we start?
Go ahead, guys.
Hello, Guli.
Good evening, judges. Here's team. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
So here's team deadbrains.exe presenting an application Stratos. So first of all, I would like to introduce you with the problem that we have tried to solve. As we all know that during lockdown, most of us faced health like most might observe devoting day by during sitting in screen hours and hours bad affects our health. So it could lead to many health problems such as physical
Am I audible to you guys? Because my teammate is not audible to me.
Yeah, you are audible to us.
I think she's also having a bad connection.
Yeah, I think she dropped off.
Okay, so I'll continue. So during lockdown, what we saw that we were getting unfit day by day as we were bounded to our homes and going or hiring private dietitians or pediatricians virtually was like very expensive. So we came up with an idea to cover all the health issues with our app. So basically our app is a complete fitness guide to a user. So what it does with the health part is like health is one of the main focus areas of our app. So what our app does with the health part is like we have added many self-health tests in our app. User can just log into the app, give a test, and his data will be shared with the doctors or pediatricians that are at the back end. We have basically created a portal where all the data from the users will be shown there to the doctors, and doctors can track that yes, this user is fit, this user is unfit, and they can guide them, they can give them right medications at right time. So the second and the most important part of our app is the fitness tracking system. Basically, when the user logs in, he will get a calendar. The calendar will show him all the details about his activity, about his fitness activities, like his activity, like his exercise times, his number of repos that he has done during that exercise, all of the stuff. Also for the female users, we have added a period tracker. Basically, if a female user is experiencing periods, she can just add it to the calendar, and our algorithm at the backend, basically we have used Django backend for our server, so our algorithm at the backend will get data from previous months and will use average mathematics to predict the next expected period dates for 2 to 3 months. Okay, now the most important part of the app is our AI fitness model. Basically, we have used the TensorFlow body pose model, and we have trained it according to our needs. What our model does is that it will track our body movements and positions, and it will guide us. Okay, we are doing this exercise right, we are doing this wrong, we need to bend more, we need to bend less, and it will also count the number of repetitions that we are doing in the app. So this is our website portal. As I told earlier, all the health test data, that self-help test data, will be uploaded to this portal. Only the health services and the dietitians can assess this, and they can directly message the user, okay, you are unfit, you need to contact us, or you need to do this to get fit. So this was our app Stratos in very short and brief. So the future plans, basically these are the points that we are lacking right now, and we will try our best to cover this in the future. First of all, we'll be bringing more AI models like push-ups one, or more accurate AI models. Also, we will add the most part that where this app is lacking right now is that we live in India. Here people speak many different languages like Hindi, Malayalam, Punjabi, etc. So we'll be introducing multi-language functionality to our app, so that any user can interact with it like very comfortably. Moreover, currently our app has fitness videos that are directly taken from YouTube, but we are thinking to update it with like totally our content. So we'll be introducing self-defense sessions for female and all users for the security purpose using AI, the model we have shown earlier. Also, we'll be consulting doctors and pediatricians to create self-health test that the user can just give in 5 minutes, and they can track, okay, that this user needs help, this user does not need help. Moreover, we are also lacking in UI UX part, so we'll be updating it. Thanks. So now I would like to show you a working demo of our app. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so when the user logs in, he will get this home screen where he'll get this big calendar. Clicking on any date will show him at the bottom that he was active or inactive that day. Currently, the backend database is empty, so it is showing inactive. But we have added like the red dots will signify signify that yes, if it is a female user, she'll be expected to have periods this day, or she will be expected to have periods this day, and it will be tracked to the next 2 to 3 months on the average system that I told earlier. This is our fitness part where the user can view videos or to see his diet, if his diet is right or wrong. This is the period tracker button. Clicking on add button will directly add it to calendar and the backend that will track it for 2 to 3 months. And this is the most important part of our app, that is the AI fitness hub. Now, as you can see, I have clicked on find the arm pressure AI model. Now, if I'll try to do that exercise, it will track me, and it will tell that, okay, I am doing it right or I am doing it wrong. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm currently using it on a weak device, so it is not like very accurate, but it is accurate on good or mid-range devices. It will track almost all your body positions and all your activity that you are doing it, and then it will upload it to the backend server. Then we have our self-help test. Currently these are empty because we didn't find a good test to put it, we didn't find a good legit or correct test. So this was all about Stratos, our app, and we are also having a backend portal based on Django that will do all the stuff for processing data and showing it to the user.
So this
Gulin,
seems like a lot of work, right? So you've got an
yeah,
Android application, you've got a AI piece running, you've got a
yes.
portal, you've got Django backend. So it's a lot of work. So how long did all of this take?
It took 2 days because we have added one model, we have added one test, and we have created only like portal for health services. So it didn't take like a lot of time, but it was good effort. Like we haven't slept, so we have given our best in this.
Excellent.
Gulin, anything you would like to add up in the app?
I think everything's done. Just I could not speak because of the connectivity issue.
So what are the next steps you guys have in mind for this?
Bringing the language facility. Like we want our app to be in multi languages, Hindi, then Malayalam or Punjabi. We'll be introducing Hindi soon because I got to know after all the hackathon ended, then I got to know how to switch languages in Android using Flutter. This app is made on Flutter, so it was like really fast for us to create this app.
I'm good. Well done, guys.
All right, thank you, team. Next up, we have Team Enigma, who will be joining us in a moment. All right, I believe the team has joined, so I will be adding them to the stream now.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, Sarath.
Yes, Sarath.
So I have to wait for my teammate to join right now because he's the one who's going to be hosting. Just a second. Oh wait, are we the next one, or is there another team before us?
Sarath, you are the current team to present.
Our team is error 404.
Your teammate has just.
He's just
I'm
joined.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, your teammate
Error
just joined, so
404.
I will be adding her to stream now.
Okay.
1 second, I'm sorry. You're from Team Error 404.
Yeah, I'm from Error.
I believe you're the next team.
Okay, next.
Enigma is the. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Sorry, I'll leave. I'll leave. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sorry for that miscommunication. I will be adding the team now.
Are we the next one? Or
Mahima, you're on stream now. You can present.
Yeah, we're Enigma.
our team is error 404. I'm sorry.
Yeah, your team is 4 of 4. So I will be adding it. Okay.
Mahima, real quick, could you please mute the YouTube stream? I believe you have it open.
I believe you're the next team.
Okay, next.
Enigma is.
Okay, fine. Sorry, I'll leave.
I'm so sorry for the confusion. I think because of our delay, it probably happened.
Right.
I'm just waiting for my teammate. Could you probably just give us a minute?
I will be adding the team though.
Okay, the next one.
My teammate will be joining shortly. I'll start the presentation. Yeah. Okay, I'll just share my screen. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Okay, is my screen visible right now?
Yes, Mahima, visible.
Yes. All right. Good evening, judges. I'm so sorry. Good evening, judges. Today, my team Enigma consists of myself, Mahima, and my group member Ayush. We have basically created a stock market prediction application. And the following problem statements are what we are trying to solve. So today's world has a lot of problems like declining economies, market crashes, unemployment. People are constantly losing their jobs and they don't have a source of income. So for those kind of people or people in general, it is highly important for them to invest in a long-term basis in something as certain as stocks. The successful prediction of stocks could yield a significant amount of profit, which ultimately benefits the investor. And investors find a huge problem in predicting stocks because of so many factors such as fluctuating prices of materials, changes in production technology, shifting costs of labor, and various other factors, because of which it is highly time consuming for them to analyze the previous stock prices and predict their next move. A major problem statement that we are finding a solution to is the beginners. For students like us or anyone in general who does not have any idea to stock trading, need a particular platform for them to understand how stocks work, and to get a proper introduction into the world of stock market. So for them who are not in touch with how the market works, we created a platform for them for them to understand and make their own moves. So how our approach to this problem. So we've used machine learning models in our code, and it loads the data as in the stocks, the previous stocks of stock values of a particular company, for example, Facebook, Amazon, etc., and it obtains an adjusted close price. So now an adjusted close price is basically what we use when we're analyzing a past analysis where there have been there have been values in the past, and we're analyzing them to predict something in the future. So once that data is obtained, a prediction for a certain end days is going to be taking place, where we're dividing our code into 80% testing and 80% training and 20% testing. So here, what we did, we've divided it into an independent data frame and a dependent data frame because we've used two kinds of regression, which is linear regression and support vector regression. I'll be showing the code at the end, so it will be easier to understand. So now we have advantages and pitfalls to stock prediction. The main advantages are basically that the stock prediction consists of cumulative knowledge that the investors, after imputing they basically bet on stocks in a certain direction, whether it's the rise or the fall. And the best investors should also be able to, change their minds in between if the current prices are no longer supporting their original hypothesis. And so they need a platform for them to for a prediction to happen, so they can base their further predictions on something. Our predictions are basically very well informative, and they've been backed up on a proper database. The accurate prediction of the share price movement will obviously lead to more profit and the investors can make, and therefore our application is an important step in this process. However, coming to the pitfalls, the prediction of stocks is basically done as mentioned on previous data and currently available information. But the stock market, the thing about the stock market, the main factor is that it's unpredictable. So any second a price can change, it can drop, it can rise. So the main pitfall that we have found in prediction is that it is not always 100% correct. As in, if you're starting out, if you're a beginner, and you cannot completely rely on just predictions to make your own moves. So for that, our app is also giving an informed suggestion where it gives tips and tricks on how to basically approach stocks, also giving a prediction. So there are more than just one basis on which a person can decide. So now coming to the potential competitors, you might be wondering why we've made a stock prediction app when already so many exist. The major one is Zerodha, which is basically an Indian financial services company that offers retail and institutional broking, basically a stock prediction app as well. How it's different is, as I mentioned, we are focusing on the beginners, for people who do not understand how stocks work and how they want to. So the thing with Zerodha and the multiple apps that already exist is that they don't take into account the people who want to be, spoon-fed the basics of stocks. It's only for people who are already experts in them, who've already been leading in this field, particularly per se. So because of that, though it is a potential competitor, we beat it in that area where we are taking consideration of those people who don't understand stocks at all. Future implementations, we'll be showing you the website we've created because it's a web application for now. But we are basically planning to make it into a full-fledged market trading tool because, as mentioned, it is very, very useful for students like us who are not really into the idea of stocks. Because when you think of stocks, you know it's something complicated with a few graphs, but you don't exactly know what goes behind those graphs, what exactly is happening, what regression means, or any of those. So we have deterministic AI predictions, and we also want a live stock counter. So basically, how it happens in the apps where, as in when a new price happens or a new rise or a new fall happens, it immediately tells the user that, okay, this is what is happening right now, and the graph will immediately change. It is very interactive. Our whole application is meant to be interactive to ease the user friendliness of it. And it is an AI based model, so we will keep making it more efficient and more precise, and basically all kinds of needs that beginners need will be catered to. Now I should be explaining the technical side of it.
So hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ayush.
Yeah, thank you. So let me share my screen. Yeah. So good evening, I'm Ayush, and I'll be explaining the website part of it. So Mahima, we have two contributors basically to the project because I don't know for what reason we only came up with 2 members, but in the end we somehow made it work out. So we have used pretty much 4 technologies in this. First is of course HTML, CSS, which is forming the main basis for the user interface part of it. We are using Python for predicting the actual stocks, which is getting the stock info from an already present server. So yeah, it is using Quandl and to obtain the information on stocks and all the previous information based on rates and all the models. And we have used scikit-learn to produce an AI model and to predict the final outcome. So let me just go to the initial website. Let me not open it like this. Yeah. So yeah, this is the homepage. It should be visible now. So as we said, this is not only just for predicting the upcoming stock trends and other such information. This is also a learning tool for beginners and those who actually want to get into the game, understanding all the complexities and stuff and the risks they are taking in. So we have included not only the basic prediction on markets. For now, we have included only Amazon and Facebook because training a lot of data sets will require a lot of time. For now, we have only come up with Amazon and Facebook because first of all, they are commonly known markets, and second, that as I said, that beginners should also be able to join in, right? So something which is already familiar to them, it will be much more easier to get hang of it. We don't want to we don't want beginners to get involved in very risky trades involving new companies and portfolios. So yeah, we have used only two for now, Amazon and Facebook. And yeah, let me just go. So here we have used two types of this AI models to make our website work. First is of course the prediction part of, and second, for registration we have also used an OCR verification portal. So let me just go to the OCR thing. So here, as usual, you put your regular information. I'll put my regular information in here, and we can upload an Aadhaar image as well. Let me open up. Yeah, I've put up my Aadhaar card information in here, and when I submit the form, it should, before submitting the form, we have used a JavaScript based AI technology to to detect the text which is inside your Aadhaar card. This is required for verification of every user, so that we don't get spam accounts and such, and only one person can make one account, because first of all, this is something related to money, and that is really crucial. And second, in terms of security, we need a viable source of identity which Aadhaar provides in case of India. We'll also be, as a future scope, we'll also be providing many more types of identity cards, which again Tesseract can handle as well. But we have to make sure that what kind of identity card is being used for the verification. So if I'll show the console in here, yeah, my uploaded image has all this text, which is getting detected by Tesseract JS through all the text recognition logs. And here we can see that it is recognizing my name, which is present in here, my date of birth, which is here, and my Aadhaar number as well. This is being sent to the server as raw text, which will be used for the verification of the person himself. So that is for the registration part of things. Second, I'll show the prediction part of it here. Okay, so this is what we get when we go to the Amazon part first. Since we didn't have much time in hand, so we could only come up with a graph of one. But I'll just show what the Amazon actually means. So for the Amazon prediction, this is the current today's rates, which you can actually check now as well. This is the rate right now, which is going on in the market for Amazon stake, and this is the prediction for tomorrow. So from as Mahima said before, that we are using an 80% test data and 20% testing. This is the result we have come up with for the prediction for tomorrow. This is of linear regression, and this is for the vector model. For the vector model prediction, it uses a separate formula altogether, which you can see the output of here. This is the Amazon, and for Facebook, we could just open it. Yeah, I think so. The link is broken. I'll open it directly from here. So, this should be the Facebook. Yeah, open it from. So. Yeah, this is the graph which we get. Like, this is an actual working model which we get when this is the Facebook stock prices for today, and this one is for the this is the prediction for the, using the linear model and the vector model. So for the graph, we have used a JavaScript plugin called Chart.js that is used to create a graph based on the previous day models. And this is the data. The upper one, which you can see, is the data which we get from the SVM prediction, and the lower, the one with the yellow line, is the one, the linear regression model of it. So yeah, that's pretty much our app right now. I'll stop sharing now.
I'll just be quickly running through the code to give a better understanding of how it's been done. I won't take much of your time. Yeah, sorry, I can just reconnect. Yeah, I've already run the output, so it will be quicker to show. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yep.
Yeah, so here I've done, predicted stocks for Facebook. And so as I mentioned, there is something, so this is from the database of the Facebook stocks. So they've given a few stocks for 2012. And over here, there's something called adjusted low, adjusted close, all of this. We only need the close part of it because, as I mentioned, it is for analysis of the past data. So as we've extracted the part which we actually require, and now I've put something called forecast, which is basically the number of days, predicting for how many days in the future. So this output is for 1 day in the future. And here, as you can see, there are a lot of data sets which have been divided into all of them. Instead of going into details, it's basically an independent data frame and a dependent data frame, which is for the linear regression and the SVM, vector regression, respectively. And so at the end, basically the final output that we're getting two values, because one is the linear regression, which basically what it does is it scatters a plot. If I change the value now, it will give more values, but instead of going into that and running the whole thing again, I'll just explain it. So basically, we can scatter a plot where you can analyze the data and check for its correlation. So that's basically plotting a graph. So if you have more than one point, how are these points related? And how? So as Ayush already showed you in the Facebook graph, all of the points were related somehow, and it showed the rise and the low. So that is how it is being done in regression, where all this data is analyzed and it's basically related somehow. So the final output would give you two predictions where, depending on which it's more accurate. So you have two predictions and you can probably take the average. It depends on the investor if they want to go with what kind of a regression model. So that is the code. That is our presentation. Thank you.
So any questions?
Yeah, well done, guys. Kavita here. So this is time series data, right?
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't understand.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is time series data that you have done for forecasting. So time series data is a very, very less used data, very less used data for data science problems to solve. So good job picking that. So now coming to the question, you're using fast movers or a slow movers data here, because it looks like when you're taking Amazon or Google or Facebook, they're literally fast movers data. But think about solving for slow movers data. For years, Microsoft had its stock price as $25 for months together. So that is a slow movers data. With slow movers data, the opening of a stock market for that particular company and the closing day is also the same. So you get the point here, the slow movers that I'm trying to mention. So your algorithm, the linear regression models or a support SVR or SVM. So I think SVR is most used for time series forecastination than SVM. But how does your algorithm handle slow movers data?
Ma'am, so basically, considering this is a prototype of the entire project that we are doing, we've taken fast moving data because it's, as you said, it's easier to predict it and it's easier to work with. If it's for slow moving data, how it works is we will be implementing more more scope for these slow moving data. We've not gone to that arena as of yet because we've only taken two companies in hand and we've taken the most popular or most fast moving data, as mentioned, because it was easier for us to implement it and show because of the time constraints. But we will be looking into more models and we will be applying more models and algorithms to account into slow moving data as well, because at the end of the day, we want to show all kinds of data for any given company in the stock market for the beginners to understand. Ma'am, also, I'm so sorry, one thing we forgot to mention in our website was the learners page. There was a learners page which I'll actually be showing right now. I'm so sorry, we forgot to totally show that. Just a second. It is an important part because I've been mentioning about the beginners part of it. So when you open the main page, there is a stock learning portal where it'll be given, it'll be giving on steps as to how to do it. We also want to introduce a chat feature where they can ask doubts or anything. But for now, we've just done this where there are FAQs and basically all the doubts that a beginner has regarding stock trade. So yes, now. Ma'am, I hope that answered your question.
All right, definitely, yes, yeah.
Judges, any more questions?
So you have not handled the stationary of the stationarity of the data as well, right? Then,
Ma'am, not yet, ma'am. We are planning to. We will be implementing that soon.
yeah.
Judges, is that it? Any more questions?
No questions from me.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Well done,
Okay,
guys. Really good.
Thank you, judges. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well done.
All right, thank you so much, team. So we are finally at the end of our session. We have one team to go. We have team error 404, which will be presenting the last project of the day. All right, the team has joined, so I will be adding them to the stream now.
Good evening, judges. I'm Sarat, and my teammate who's yet to arrive, he's Shreyas, and our project is Scholarly. He'll put up the presentation.
Hi,
now,
hi.
so-
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
me?
we can.
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
sure.
Okay. Okay. One sec. I'll just share my screen.
So our project is Scholarly, a one-stop solution for scholarships. So why Scholarly? In India, lots of students are unaware of the various scholarships that are being provided by multiple institutions. So even when I was studying, I wasn't familiar with scholarships. Nobody in my school really talked about it or anything. So I couldn't access them basically. So our project aims to bring scholarships to students all around India and outside India, of course. So our project also helps people like families that are financially handicapped, and especially during these times when COVID, a lot of people have lost their jobs, so a lot of financial stress on their family. People parents might pull their children, like the weaker classes might pull their children out of schools, which is not really good. And Scholarly also provides students a one-stop shop for all scholarships. So we use all various different websites to accumulate scholarships at one place, basically. Yeah, next slide. So our solution, we used web scraping for our project, and the framework we used is Mechanical Soup, then Beautiful Soup, etc. And to display our data, we right now used TK Inter. So users can also visit the websites which provide the scholarship, so that they get more information on each scholarship, such as deadline date, the link, what else do they get, the name of the institutions, everything in one place. And the websites that we currently have scraped is buddyforstudy.com, getmyuni.com, and studybroad.shiksha. So our future scope would be to add more number of websites to our project as a whole. Yeah, next.
The challenges we ran into is that while scraping these websites, it took a lot of time because each one has different styles, and we did it in 24 hours, but it did take a lot of time for us to do it. And usually the data in each website is categorized differently. So some might say graduation based graduation level scholarships, and some might say all universities and stuff like that. So it's hard to kind of filter out all those kind of data. And like to make it look better, right now we only know tkinter, which is a GUI Python based GUI library, and so we use that, and it didn't have a lot of customization properties, so that is also one problem. In the future, we intend to like bring a lot more scholarships, so use more websites. Like while browsing through, we could find at least like 4 more websites, 4 or 5 more websites, which we could scrape if we had time, and also internships and job opportunities for students. So like everything is in one place for the students to go through. So first years can go through scholarships, and like later on they can go and see internships in the same website, so they don't have to log into like 100 different websites. And we might add more this thing filters later to narrow down the best scholarship or internship. And we also intend to, as I said, bring a larger database of scholarships. And we currently got scholarships for like US, Canada, and India, and we would also like to get for other countries and allow for the login and sign up to take place, so that they can get notification based on the course and current location where they live. Right now we're using Python, so it's not multi-threaded, and if we give it a job, as we'll show later, it takes some time before it gets all the results for us. So that's one tiny problem. Like we also can get organizations to show their scholarships on our app itself in the future. As I said, libraries which we used, I mean the language is Python, and libraries for Beautiful Soup, Mechanical Soup to get this thing, to scrape the data, and tkinter as a GUI library. Now we'll show you the output. This is our code answer. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
Is this visible?
Yep.
Yeah. Saratul, one sec. So this is the drop-down menu for the filter. So here, if we click all and filter results, so we get all the data, all the currently visible scholarships. So there's no filter for all. And if we say graduate level, so we get graduate level scholarships. And say we want to have, so like as Sarath said that time, we also look at like the weaker parts of the society, right? Weaker in terms of poverty. So I mean, they might, if they're in class 8, they might feel like they don't need to go to school or anything and pull them out, but there are class 8 level scholarships as well, so as you can see, and those will help those kind of students.
Yeah. Also, we have a refresh button and an open link button. The refresh button scrapes the website, all the websites that we have in our database. It scrapes all of them and updates the table that we have inside this tkinter app. And open link, when we click on one of these like list drop downs, it opens the information about each of the scholarships, and then on this website you can access more information, how to get it, where to apply, and like the criteria is necessary for obtaining the scholarship.
Yeah.
And yep, that's basically it.
Yeah, that's all for our presentation. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
So for your application, what are you using as data source? So after scraping and parsing through the data, where are you saving it in your local application?
We are currently saving it in a text file, as JSON objects. So like it's easier, and the file size is quite less because it's a JSON object.
Okay.
If we click refresh, it usually take 5 to 10 seconds to retrieve the data. So I mean, there are approximately, I think, 2,300 scholarships which we scraped from the 3 websites itself. And yeah, because of the time constraint, we couldn't scrape more websites.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. That's fine.
Any other questions, judges?
Scraping more websites also needs a laser like parser, right? That is the toughest part. It's not the scraping, correct?
Yeah.
Any other?
So in future, do you guys see this to be a platform where anybody wishing to give out scholarship as well? So it essentially becomes a two-sided network. On one hand, people who want to give scholarship, other people would like to take scholarship.
Yeah, we could see that happening in the future. Like, due to our time constraint, we couldn't think of all that, but yeah, definitely we'll take that into consideration.
So like
That's a good
we
idea.
can have organizations come across and provide scholarships on our site itself instead of putting it somewhere else.
Okay. No more questions from my side.
Okay. Thank you.
If no other questions, thank you so much, guys. Well done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your time. Are there no other questions?
We are good. Thanks, Shreyas. Good job.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to all the teams. With that, we come to the end of the presentation session. I request the judges to please join the meeting link that has been sent to them by mail to decide the final winners. To all the viewers, we will be back in half an hour to announce the results and have some closing formalities. Meanwhile, we have Sachin Shankar from Team Hackerspace who will be taking over. Sachin, over to you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, judges. See you on the meet.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Sachin, and one second. Sorry about that. My name is Sachin, and I've been doing a lot of backstage work and stuff. So here's a video of like a short summary of the video, and I'm just going to stream it in a second. See the stream? I have no idea.
Sachin, hello. Your screen can be
Visible, right?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, peace.
Sachin, I think muted. Sachin, it's muted.
Wait, I need to unmute. No, I put the screen. You know what? I'll just share the audio file. I saw an option like that. I mean, the video file.
I think you need to also stay on unmute. So.
Okay. I'll try another method then. Hold on. Can you see the video now? I mean, I don't know what's happening. Okay.
Yeah, it's loading. Yeah.
All right. That's the video I made in this small time.
Hello, Sachin. Yeah, that was
Just a
amazing.
second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was amazing. Guys, we will be back with the results on this particular stream itself. Do give us a little bit of time. The judges are going through all the teams and they are forming the results. The results will be out soon. And in fact, there will be a special Hackerspace announcement at the end. So please make sure you stay back and attend the entire thing. If you know any of your friends who are, who love the club and they know about the club, do make sure they attend this live stream because there will be a Hackerspace announcement. So the stream is gonna go dull for a while. The judges are, kind of getting the results. So yeah, shall catch you soon.
Hey guys, we'll be back in a few minutes. We are almost done, so stay tuned.
Hello, hello everyone. Am I audible? Just quickly making sure I'm audible. Okay, so okay, let's resume. We'll quickly resume. Sachin, you can leave. Thank you for that.
All right, see you.
Okay, so let me quickly share my screen. I think my screen is visible. And hey everyone, I think I'm visible as well. It's been a long day. And okay, so let's start off with the closing ceremony. Okay, I know a lot of you have been waiting and the judges are finally ready with the results. So now let us all look at the results and see what happens. But before we actually move on to the results, there are a few people without whom SpaceJam wouldn't have been possible. And first and foremost, it is the judges. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for staying with us for such a long time and judging the teams. Most of you joined around 3:30, and we ended at like 8:30. That's 5 hours of judging. And thank you so much for helping us judge the teams. It wouldn't have been possible without you guys. Thank you so much for all the time you guys have spent, and I'm sure all the teams have have had a lot to learn from what you had to share. Next on the list is the mentor team itself. Thank you so much to the mentor team, all the people here without whom the teams would have run into issues. These mentors were there almost 24/7. Some of the mentors even stayed overnight, especially the registration team. I know that all of you who were trying to verify all your student profiles or trying to submit your ideas. You have definitely spoken to Dave at one point or the other. This is a special shout out to Dave for staying awake the entire 24 hours and just verifying students and making sure that everything goes smoothly. A huge shout out to Dave for the same. Thank you so much, man. We couldn't have done the hackathon without you. Next, we have the remaining mentors, and thank you so much, guys. A few of the mentors are actually from the old Hackerspace team. They actually, took out time from their busy schedules to come in and help you guys out, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, guys, and yeah. And finally, my name is Aditya, and the code is Anirudh. So thank you, Anirudh, for helping me organize this hackathon. Okay, so again, thank you to everyone at Team Hackerspace. We were able to market the event across Bangalore, and we even touch cities which are not even in Karnataka, and that is all because of the marketing and social media teams. Thank you guys for helping Hackerspace become bigger. Thank you guys for making this big. And again, lastly, SpaceJam was possible because of the 700 participants that had registered. Thank you so much, participants. It wouldn't have been possible without you guys. And trust me, we are really, really grateful for you guys. Hope all of you had an absolutely fantastic SpaceJam. Okay, so this is what everyone's been waiting for, I guess. Are all of you waiting for this? Is this what all of you guys are waiting for? A yes or no in the chat would be helpful. Are you guys waiting for the Fresher Stack results? How excited are you guys? Okay, so one yes has come in. Any more guys? Come on. There are so many of you in the Fresher Stack. Okay, so the same person is saying yes. Come on, guys. Does nobody want to know? Okay, Summit says we want results and we want it now. Well, you guys will get it now. So in third place, we have monitoring an LPG gas cylinder and stove system using temperature, weight, and gas sensors. This is Team Sparkonic. A huge round of applause to Team Sparkonic for coming third place in the Freshers Track. Wherever you guys are, congratulations. You guys have done a fantastic job. I'm pretty sure the judges are proud of you. Next, we have a Reddit bot which can reply with COVID-19 stats when it detects a certain place in a text or post. So I think a few of you guys know what this is. This team even went ahead and made a separate subreddit for the same. I think you guys know what this is by now. A lot of us have spoken about the subreddit as well. This is Team Bite Me. A huge round of applause to Team Bite Me wherever you guys are. Thank you for setting up a subreddit in our name, even though it came after the hackathon. But good job, everyone. Great going. And finally, first place. Do you guys know who first place is? Who do you think is first place? Any guesses to who is first place? Come on. You guys did attend the entire thing, right? One guy is just commenting claps. Okay. Any guesses to which team could be the first team in the Freshers Track? No guesses? No guesses at all? Okay, you know what? We're not going to wait along. We're not going to wait anymore. We're going to announce who is first in the Freshers Track. Well, this team provides guidance to city newcomers on local places of interest and needs. I don't know. Let's see the team name. Well, the first place goes to Team Cookies. So wherever you guys are, even though the team name does not match your project idea, congratulations. You guys have placed first in the Freshers Track. You guys get to walk home with a lot of goodies. goodies, prize, and so on. In fact, all of you get a lot of goodies as well as cash prizes. So congratulations, everyone in the Fresher Stack. You guys have done an absolutely fantastic job. And this is your first hackathon, right? I mean, congratulations. Placing in your first hackathon, that's insane. I mean, even I haven't placed in my first hackathon. I don't think any of the mentors at Hackerspace have, placed at their first hackathon. So congratulations. We'd love to see what app you guys built. Thank God this is a live stream, so you'd love to check it out. To everyone who hasn't seen what these guys have built, please do rewind and watch what these guys have built. Trust me, it is some crazy stuff. Okay, so now let's move on to actually the main attraction. The grand prize of 10,000 rupees and other goodies, and including a $800 credit coupon to start your own company on a portal. Okay, so this is what everything comes down to. Okay, so third place actually goes to Team Rubber Ducky. Rubber Ducky is they basically built an app which can replace ID cards with wristbands and incorporate the use of NFC and RFID chip technology. So congratulations, guys, wherever Team Rubber Ducky is. You guys did a fantastic job. You guys get to walk home with a lot of goodies. So congratulations to wherever you guys are. You guys did a really good job, and amazing stuff. Keep it up. So second place, let's see which team came second place. In second place, we have Team Leocode. Leocode is basically a web app that allows students to attempt exams in complete offline mode. So and a lot of us are a bit stringent when it comes to offline exams now, with COVID kind of stepping up again. But hopefully this application of theirs will solve all those issues. Congratulations to everyone. Everyone on the team of Leocode. You guys have done an amazing job, and I'm sure you guys, are gonna, do much better in the future. So just a quick note: the separation between the teams actually wasn't much. It came down to decimals when we had to, split apart the teams, and I think that is crazy. So even though you guys did come second, don't lose heart. Trust me, you guys are almost, just as good as the team that came first. Unfortunately, just lost out by a bit of decimals. So don't worry about that. You guys are still amazing in your own right. So moving on to the first place team, the team that wins SpaceJam 2021. Any guesses? The grand prize winner of SpaceJam 2021 that walks away with 10,000 rupees, $800, and more. Any guesses at all? Someone says Tilted Engineers. I don't know. In fact, I'm seeing the PPT for the first time myself. Any more guesses, guys? Grand prize winner of SpaceJam 2021. Come on, guys. Any more guesses? Grand prize winner walks over 10K. It could be your team. You don't want to take a chance? Don't want to say your team's name? A few people are saying Team Full Smash. Come on, any more guesses? You guys want to type in your team name? Who knows? Maybe your team might win. Okay, so you know what? Let's not waste a little more time. Let's just quickly look at which team is first, and the team is Full Smash. So wherever you guys are, congratulations. You guys have built an amazing product, and the judges are extremely impressed with you. And you guys have done an amazing job. Congratulations, Full Smash, wherever you guys are. Unfortunately, I cannot wish you good luck right now because I'm holding the session, but congratulations. If I'm not wrong, you guys also took part in the Postman track. So congratulations for building such an amazing product. We are extremely proud of you. You guys are the grand prize winners of SpaceJam 2021. Congratulations, everyone. You guys did amazing. So before we move on, Anirudh, are you there? Anirudh, yeah.
I'm right here.
Yeah, okay. So you'll just switch on your camera. if possible.
Yep. Just give me a second.
Yep. So this is a note to all the mentors. Please do get all the mentors online right now. This is a special Hackerspace announcement. Please get all the Hackerspace guys online. The Discord server that we have. Get everyone online. This is a special Hackerspace announcement and requires full attention of everyone in Hackerspace.
All right. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Can I move to a bit to the right? Okay. So hopefully you guys can see us. Can you guys see us? A simple yes or no. Can you guys see all of us? Please get all the mentors online on the stream immediately. This is an extremely important announcement. It's an important Hackerspace announcement. We're actually done with SpaceJam.
Yep, huge announcement.
Yep, it's a huge announcement.
I hope all the mentors are watching right now.
Yeah, at least all the mentors need to watch this. Come on, guys. Come on, mentors. Where are you guys? If you're there, please put a yes in the chat. Come on. Or type Team Hackerspace in the chat. Come on. Come on, mentors. Are you guys there? Do get all the mentors online ASAP. Mentors, are you guys there on the chat? Okay, come on, mentors.
I think they're all here. I'm hoping they're all here.
Okay, I guess we can start off. Okay, so before I start off, I'd like to ask Anirudh one question. Do you have any idea what this is about?
I have a faint idea what this might be about.
Okay. How long have you been at Hackerspace, Ani?
I've been here maybe like 3 years, about 3 years.
Yep, that's the same for me. And
you've been here since the beginning, right?
Yeah,
You started after all.
Co-founder, yes, co-founder of the club, co-founder of Hackerspace. So for everyone who did not know, co-founder and co-team lead, comes with it. But it's been a while. So Hackerspace was founded by us. For people who don't know, it was founded way back when I was in my second semester. It was founded in January, I think, around January 2019. Yeah, that's when it was founded. And, it's amazing that, I never thought a club founded by me one day would host its own hackathon. And that hackathon would have 120 teams, 200 registered teams, actually. 200 registered teams, more than 800 people, and more than 1,000 applications. And that is insane. I mean, I don't think so Dhruv is here, but back when, if I had probably told Dhruv that, hey, dude, one day we're going to form a club which is going to have, 1,000 applications and host its own hackathon, he would have never believed me. And it's insane where the club has gone.
I wouldn't even go back that far. Even like if you see 1 year back, we weren't even like, we weren't 10% of what we are today. And if you told me like 1 year back that we'd be conducting a huge hackathon that had participants from around the city, around the state, around the country, around the world, I would have laughed, right?
Mexico.
I'm sure.
We got a team from Mexico. Yeah. It's I was baffled when I saw that someone registered for SpaceJam from Mexico. I mean, wow. I didn't know people take part in hackathons in Mexico because Hollywood media. So it's been a wild ride, okay, at Hackerspace, and we've come a really, really long way since the beginning. In fact, for if you don't know, the first ever Hackerspace meeting barely had 20 members. It was in this really small classroom in F block. For those of you know, it happened in F block, and basically only like the first 2 benches were occupied. Nobody else turned up because it's a new club. Nobody really knows what Hackerspace was, and today, I would say we are definitely one of the largest developer communities on campus, and it has grown exponentially since that day. And of course, a lot of it has to go down to the amazing team that we have, team of mentors, team marketing team, design team, and so on. It has, all of it has gone down to those people, and we wouldn't be here without them. And we think it's the right time, don't you think, Ani? Is it the right time? Okay,
Definitely the right time.
So without actually telling you guys what we're trying to do, I'm just going to move on to the next slide. And, probably you guys would want to read what's written on the slides. Can you guys read what's written on the slides?
I think there's a bit of a lag, so you'll have to wait for a moment.
There's a 10-second lag, so I'm going to wait. Probably people are still digesting this in.
Yeah, nothing much to say from our side.
Yeah, there's nothing much to say. Hopefully, whatever mentors are watching can see this, and they kind of realize what's happening. Do you mentors realize what's happening? Okay, I'm just gonna put the reactions on screen so people can see. Yeah, someone says X, and yeah, mind blown, right? Okay, a few oh no's coming in. Any more reactions, guys? We'd love to put your reactions on screen. This is why I probably wanted the entire, Hackerspace team here. Any more reactions, guys? Anything else to share? So we've got one of them with us here. Salute. So yeah, Samit says, "Gaya khatam."
This is just the first. This is just the first bit of it, by the way.
Yeah, this was the first bit. Come on, guys, hold it together. At least I am. I'm not crying.
Not yet.
Not yet. So yeah, that's nice. That's a nice way of putting it. So yeah, basically what we're trying to say is we are retiring. Okay. We think it's time. We think we have spent enough time as heads of the club. We think we've spent enough time leading you guys, and it's time to pass on the responsibility. It's time to leave on a high. The SpaceJam was by far the biggest event that any of us have ever organized, and it's gonna stay with us. Okay, it's not gonna leave. I mean, starting a club way back in first year when I joined, to watching it grow in second year, to ending third year by organizing our first ever hackathon. I think it's the perfect time to leave. We think it's it's best. As Shreya says, we are going out with a bang. We are ending on a high, and we think this is the perfect time to say our goodbyes, and this is the perfect time to actually move on from this thing, kind of. But yep.
Yeah, definitely.
At the end of the day, we are Hackerspace boys.
I think we have seen a lot of hackathons from the participant side. Having participated in quite a few, but getting this experience to see it from an organizer side, having a great team and seeing all the hard work that goes into actually organizing a hackathon, it's been a great learning experience, and I think it's something that's going to stay with us for pretty much our whole lives. And it's for us, it's for you, right? For all of us.
Yeah, so to every single hackathon organizer or future hackathon organizer, if you have already organized a hackathon, I have mad amount of respect for you. And if you are going to organize a hackathon, I am going to pray for you. Okay, so that's that.
Hey, everyone has organized a hackathon now.
Well, yeah, most of them
actually
Yeah. So yeah, basically, this is pretty much the end of the journey for us as part of Team Hackerspace. We are going to be moving on, and this is pretty much our last event with the club. Even though we won't be, it's not that we're going to quit the club. We're still going to be part of Hackerspace. Hackerspace is a community, and you can't really leave a community once you're part of it, right? Well, after that, it's time to look at the people who are going to, be leading Hackerspace. So, does anyone know who's going to be the next head?
I do.
Well, not you. Does anyone know who's going to be the next Hackerspace core team lead of Hackerspace from 2021? Come on, mentors. It's
core
one of
team
you
of Hackerspace.
Also the core team, yes. Come on, mentors.
I mean, not to mention the Not to mention the domain heads and the marketing team design. We have so many domains right now. I
Thanks
think
for the spoiler.
Hackerspace has grown so much this year.
Thanks for the spoiler. We were supposed to, announce it as we go along. So, okay, Sumit says Prajwal.
I think people have gotten enough shocks by now. We kind of had to mellow it down a bit now.
Yeah, so people are still digesting that we are leaving the club. People are taking multiple guesses, maximizing chances. Nice. Sachin, Prajwal. A lot of people have said Sachin. Sachin, you've got a fan following, man. Any more guesses, guys, before we move on to revealing the core team of Hackerspace? The second core team of Hackerspace? Okay, I'm going to take one more guess before I move on. One final guess. I'm just waiting for the message to pop up, honestly. There's a lag.
I'm going to take the final guess.
Don't say that. Sachin says, I don't know what's going on. This is the best. Okay, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on and look at the new core team of Hackerspace. Prajwal, wherever you are, you told me you're going to go sleep. Royston and Chakita. Prajwal will be the new core team lead of Team Hackerspace. Royston and Chakita will be the vice leads. Congratulations, guys, wherever you guys are. I don't know if you guys are watching the stream or you guys are sleeping. Well, Royston is commenting, so he's part of the stream. Congratulations, guys. You guys have earned it. We've watched you guys progress. We've watched you guys do work for the club. We've watched you guys coordinate stuff, and we feel that we are leaving Hackerspace in the right hands. So this new team will be leading Hackerspace. I'm not the Hackerspace core anymore, so you can stop referring to me as Hackerspace boy.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the kind of work that you guys have put in, right? And it's like you're not just competent and experts in your own domains, but you've also shown the ability to organize and lead teams, and I think that's really important for managing a club, especially a growing club like Hackerspace. I mean, like honestly, this is the first year that I've seen the organizing side of it. And it's been quite new to me, right? And I've already seen that a lot of you have taken on the challenge really well and have risen to the occasion really well, especially for the hackathon, right? So I think, yeah, as Aditya said, we feel that we're leaving the club in the right hands.
So yeah, Royston, wherever you are, congratulations. Even though I've said it has become Lord Prajwal now. Okay, so so yeah, he's the new Hackerspace boy. Come on, guys. Okay, so moving on, let's look at the new head mentors for 2021 and onwards. So the new head mentor for machine learning will be Royston. So Lord Royston it is. The new head mentor for NLP will be Chakita. I'm not the head mentor for NLP anymore. For deep learning as well as computer vision, the head mentors will be Prajwal. For Linux as well as Android kernel development, the head mentor will be Dev. Dev, you should be asleep, but if you are awake, I've got mad respect for you. So then the head mentor for automation and web scraping, it's Arvind. Then comes app dev. The head mentor for app dev will be Stuti. The head mentor for web dev is Daniel. And finally, last but not the least, the head mentor for robotics is Harshit. Congratulations, guys. Wherever you guys are, you guys have earned it. You guys clearly have the domain knowledge required to head Hackerspace, mentor teams, and I'm pretty sure the new coming batch and the current batch, they are going to look up to you for any kind of guidance or any kind of help. So this is it. This is me handing over machine learning and NLP, and Ani handing over a ton of domains to the newcomers. So yeah, so that's it for now. We also have the new heads. The head of design, Sanjana. In fact, every single design that was made by Hackerspace for SpaceJam was made by Sanjana. She is going to be the head of design for the entire club now. Dev has finally woken up, I think. He is commenting, so that's nice to see. So yeah, the head of design will be Sanjana. She has made every single design that was made as a part of SpaceJam, and she has been working tirelessly to churn out, posts one after the other. In fact, the SpaceJam logo was also made by Sanjana. So a huge round of applause to Sanjana wherever you are. And the head of video editing is Sachin. Sachin just commented and he kind of disappeared, but yeah. So congratulations, Sachin, for being the head of video editing. For those of you who know, there are two domains which are still missing, the head of marketing as well as the head of social media. These two domains will be selected soon. The reason marketing hasn't been selected yet because the team hasn't been finalized yet. And the reason social media hasn't been selected yet is because, again, the team hasn't been finalized yet. But soon, this team will also be finalized and the head of these departments will also be selected. And that is it for the new Hackerspace team.
So
yeah,
real quick, special shout out to Sachin because he was technically he was technically here for video editing, but he ended up doing so much more, and I think that was really important for us to manage the crazy workload that we had from yesterday. So huge shout out to Sachin. He did a lot of really important work for us.
Sachin just came in as a video editor, and next thing I know, he's filling up mentor sheets and coordinating with all the mentors. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Moderating on the server.
He was the bot admin also. So it's like he just came in as Sachin and ended up like Dev, which is kind of sorry, but so yep. Welcome new heads. So Team Hackerspace, all the very best for the new years, all the coming years. As long as you guys are there as heads of the club, I'm sure Team Hackerspace is going to be doing well. When we started Hackerspace, we started from the ground level and we made Hackerspace, pretty much read the sky. It's your responsibility to take it from the sky into space, literally space, Hackerspace. So, yep, I'm going to end on that cringe joke. That is it. Good luck, everyone.
Because we did not have enough space puns to get people confused with Equinox.
Yes, so SpaceJam, and hopefully we have more space-related events because technically we have already set a trend apparently, and people did like the trend.
Taking away market share from Equinox, nice.
Let me just remind you that SpaceJam 2021 subreddit refers to the hackathon and not to the movie that is coming out this year.
Yes.
So
and that's going to make a big difference.
Let's just wait for people.
They're going to make a big difference in a few months.
June. It's already what, March? Tomorrow is March. So like 3 months. Okay, so Dev says something contradictory. He says, I did not want to do that, but we do not know that. So we're going to ignore that. Okay, so Team Hackerspace, all the very best. Congratulations for, becoming the next team that will manage Hackerspace. We are, we are sure that you guys are going to do a fantastic job. That is it for today's presentation. That is it from me as well. That is it for Ani as well. Thank you for attending SpaceJam, for all the SpaceJam participants here. Thank you once again for participating. Thank you once again for coming to the show and making SpaceJam what it is. We look forward to having you guys again. I think we've shared the Discord server links. Do join the Hackerspace Club. Be a part of it. There's an Instagram page as well. Do join it. And, it's going to be a crazy ride. So my name is Aditya, co-founder and ex-co-lead of Hackerspace, signing off for one last time. See you guys another day.